It has been a pleasure to serve you and to serve the residents of Laguna Beach. I also want to thank my colleagues in my department and other departments that I have worked with over the years, and a lot of them are here, and I appreciate that so much. I enjoyed the teamwork, the collaboration. We have a great staff here at City Hall, and it's been a great ride for me. So thank you for that. And lastly, I want to thank and acknowledge my family that are here today, my husband of 36 years, and 3 of my 4 children that are here today that, they survived this balancing act of having 2 parents working full-time all this time, and now it's my pleasure to see them be young adults, young professionals starting their careers. So I have my daughter Ileana, my daughter Christina, my son-in-law Sage, my son Diego, and my son Emilio is watching us from Virginia. He's in law school, preparing for his first, I guess, the MPPE, his first exam tomorrow. So anyway, with that, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure, a wonderful time, and a great place to end my career. So thank you.
We'll do one photo with city council, and then with your family, and then with the team. Is that a good idea? Does that sound good?
Oh, no, whatever.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's just do it that way.
Okay.
Okay. So
Yeah.
let's bring the city council down. We're gonna do one photo, and then we'll bring you guys. Back up.
I think y'all are gonna have to double up.
It's gonna be front and knee.
Right. What's the pattern?
When's your last day?
April 3rd.
April 3rd. Okay, so one more week. Okay, good. Well, thank you for everything. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, so I'm going to, unless there's objection from any of my colleagues, I'm going to move the presentation for the finance department and organizational assessment to after we approve the consent calendar. So we'll do it after public comments, and people will be able to weigh in that way. But I want to, so unless there's an objection to that. So at this point, are there additions or deletions to the council agenda? Dave, I'm assuming not.
No.
No, okay. So at this point, we're going to take public comments on non-agendized items. So you have up to 3 minutes to speak on an item that's not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Laguna Beach City Council. So if you want to please line up and speak, now is your opportunity.
Hello, everybody. Regina Hartley, 25-year resident. I'm here as an individual and a former member of the Heritage Committee for 2 terms. And I would urge you to support not demolishing the Aubrey Sinclair building at Neighborhood Congregational Church. I think that there's some question about the religiosity of getting under SB4. It seems that the new rotunda-looking building is going to be more of a community events center than anything to do with religion, or I think they're calling it a spirituality center. And I've heard this from Pastor Rod Nichols, that his brand is not anything to do with religion or churches. So there, I guess there leaves room for some question about whether or not it falls under SB4. But my more important reason is, please do not support the demolishing of that building. I mean, he's our premier architect in Laguna. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Glenn Gray, and I'm here representing the Pacific Marine Mammal Center. I just want to take this moment to ask the council, as well as anybody who's listening or watching, to be aware that our beaches are getting slammed. We're in the midst of a toxic algae bloom. We had one back in '03. It was more in the month of June. Right now, it's hitting us. It's working its way down the coast. It slammed Malibu, LA, and now us. The reason I'm bringing it up is we're dealing with responses, we meaning PMMC, from Seal Beach to San Onofre all day long. What is normally a number of responses in a week, we're doing in a day. So we are prioritizing live animals. So please be patient if we don't get the dead animals off the beach as quickly as you would like them. That's actually not our charter, but we do it anyway. But there is just so many animals to, to attend to. We can't get to them all. We did have a brainstorming session this morning with Animal Control, Public Works, Marine Safety. So we are collaborating and coming up with some other ideas to try to get these animals off the beach and sadly dispose of them. So we ask for your patience, and I would also ask, if you happen to see an injured, sick mammal on the beach, please do not approach it. They're dealing with a very high level of toxicity. They have a neurological imbalance. They are extremely unpredictable and extremely dangerous. So no selfies with the seals, please. Just don't even get near them. The lifeguards know what to do. They know to call us, and we'll do our best. Thank you.
Thank you for the important work that you're doing. So thanks, Glenn. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Larry Noakes. I just wanted to acknowledge that last week, our historic preservation ordinance was upheld. It survived a CEQA challenge. This is something that we worked on for a lot of years. And for those of you who remember, these chambers were packed month after month by people who were trying to explain to the city council just how devastating the inventory that had been prepared, that many houses were listed on against their consent and sometimes without notice, just how devastating that had been to some property owners and some of their property rights. And fortunately, this now has been, our historic preservation ordinance has survived the CEQA challenge. That really, at its heart, was to challenge the elimination or the recognition that the inventory did not give rise to a presumption of historicity of a house. So that is a huge victory for the residents who had homes listed on that. we have an opportunity here, and I understand that this is a matter that you guys are discussing. I've spoken with Mark, who's been very generous with his time in dealing with which direction we go now. But there are some issues that we're going to have to discuss, and I know we will in the future, like which of these houses, what will be the CEQA effects of these houses that are just old houses but are not on the register, not presumed, aren't mandatory, aren't presumptive historic resources. And I'm just going to ask the council that when we think about that, let's try to tread softly and not go back to where we were when we were dealing with the impacts of this inventory that was so devastating. An issue came up this week with a fellow who has a house that was listed on the register. He made an application to get off of the register. That application was supported by a historic assessment by the city's historic resource consultant, who found that that house didn't meet a single element of historicity. But yet his application to be relieved from being on the register was denied because there were a few members of the Heritage Committee that got up and spoke against the removal. The claim was that it would be easy for him to replace his windows. He got his correction notice from the staff. It is, all he wants to do is put in double pane windows. And the conditions that are being placed on him are extremely expensive to comply with. So just understand that when we deal with these things, they do have devastating effects on people. And so just would ask that the city tread lightly when it considers its path forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Steve McIntosh here with Sensible Laguna. Here to give a little update on everything dear and dear to our hearts, the pool, as you know. At a special board meeting last Thursday, March 20th, the LBUSD board approved the CEQA filing of a mitigated negative declaration pertaining to the high school pool modernization with a 5-0 favorable vote. This action moves the project forward to the creation of detailed construction documents for approval by the state architect and to be used to obtain construction bids. This step was focused on confirming that the concept design meets the requirements set forth under CEQA. Details of the presentation are available on the LBUSD website, as well as the recording of the meeting. As a reminder, we supported moving forward with the current plans for a 45-meter pool, not because we think it's the best design or good use of taxpayer funds, but more so because changing the course at this point would result in long outages, increased costs, and a considerable project delay. In short, we believe it's necessary for the kids and the community, and an extensive rework of the plan would provide no material overall gains. District Facilities Manager Ryan Zeta has provided a great timeline review that many may find helpful at about 8 minutes in that recording. And there's also, he's posted a large banner hung on the front of the pool building, so that's really good to see what's going on. CEQA is a complex process that reviews 21 topical areas from aesthetics to wildfires, including some of the notable resident-focused areas of aesthetics, noise, transportation, and lighting. We disagreed with some of the findings and submitted comments urging consideration of the findings that all 4 were indeed significant. Working with the district, we engaged in discussions around what actions would or could be taken had the impacts been considered significant. Aesthetics, we focused on a view impact and articulation of some of the massive 30-foot plus walls. Detailed plans are now being directed to drop the building height 2 feet. Articulation is also being added to the blank wall projecting up from the parking lot. At our urging, the district agreed to the staking to show the outline of the building, et cetera. So check out the actual outlines there. Lighting, the revised plans committed to lower light poles, shielded covers on all light sources, including clocks and scoreboards, and timers to ensure hours of operation. Noise, that's perhaps the primary concern of neighbors resulting from material increase in capacity and reorienting the bleachers. While not CEQA mandated under the plans under which the board approved the MND included a permanent sound barrier to the east of the pool to reduce sound escape. Transportation. In short, parking and circulation, especially as related to construction impact on evacuation, is not covered by CEQA, but the district committed to publish their plans in detail and will be working along with the city, so stay tuned. Overall, it was encouraging to see more board members concerned with the details not inclined to rubber stamp the plans of such a significant project. We're optimistic that this new board and administration can accomplish what the previous administration failed to do by simply being reasonable, recognizing and understanding the importance of being a good neighbor and a member of our community, providing exceptional facilities to our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Steve. It looks like you're ready for design review board after that. So anyway. Okay. Hi.
Hi, my name is Susan Chavka. I live here in Laguna Beach in Victoria Beach. And I love this place. I've lived everywhere. I mean, Indiana. I've lived lots of different states, and this is by far my favorite city, my favorite place. And when I moved here from Mission Viejo 3 years ago, I've just seen everything shut down. Everything. And I know you guys are doing your best. I've gone to other business meetings in the canyon to discuss it. And I just feel like I went to Manhattan Beach the other day and I'm like, wow, this is thriving. They have one vacancy on all their streets. And I lived in Redondo for many years. And I just don't understand why. We have more money than most places, and there should be no excuses. And I just feel like there should be a tax on the businesses that stay vacant for their greed of high prices, so they can get a tax write-off. I feel like things need to change. We need to come together to make this community for the tourism, because the Montage people told me that they're telling their guests to go to Dana and to Newport because we don't have enough here. I love this place, and I love the people and the energy. We have a parade, the art, everything is just spectacular. Art walk. I'm there on the streets, but we got to do better. Like Seahorse is one of my favorite places when I came here. And I just feel like, why? My husband's been working on it, helping. It's like we're coming together and we need to do better. We really need to do better and push things. There's no reason for favoritism or paperwork sitting there. People's lives are at stakes. Not everyone's rich that lives here. Not everyone, was born into it or anything. So we have to think of all of us. It's not just one or two, or we feel like our hands are tied because tens of thousands of dollars are getting wasted in rents and just nonsense. There's no reason for it. And if there is a really good reason, I'd love to hear it. It can't be technology. It can't be money. It can't be time. I just don't feel there's many excuses. I love this place and I want to see it thrive. And it's about all of us. It's not, we have to do better and push it and not see all these vacancies. So spring's here, summer, and businesses are suffering. They have to shut down because we saw Sound Spectrum. We see everything, 7 Roots, Thank you for this time. Love it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, council members. Pat Gallus. I'm here again to reinforce the thoughts that Larry Noakes put forward about the ongoing lawsuit that's been going on for 4 or 5 years now. It's cost the city a lot of money. And I think the citizens and the property owners in this town should know who filed these lawsuits. And I'm going to read from the record here. Laguna Beach Historical Preservation Coalition, Preserve Orange County, and Village Laguna. They filed a writ of mandamus, okay? And it was denied for various reasons put forth by the judge. It's been 4 years, I think, since it was initially filed. This has been going on for about 10 years, trying to modify the historic preservation update. And my question is it over, or are they going to appeal? Do they have a window of appeal? Is it a month? Is it 2 months? And how much does it cost the city? And is there a way of publicly putting access to the actual lawsuit without me spending a half hour trying to find it online? Can we do it through the city somehow so the public can become aware? And I really appreciate that. 2 other things. One, the VFW here in town, after 75 years, we're going to join with Dana Point. It looks like it's going to happen within the next month or so. So we'll still have a certain influence here, but not as much. And one other thing, there's a big volleyball tournament coming up in 2 weeks, Best of the West, NCAA girls volleyball. I believe it's the 4th, the 5th, and the 6th. So if you get a chance, go down to Main Beach and enjoy it. And thanks again for all 5 of you for what you do. Oh, one other thing. the leader of the coalition, my understanding is she just got appointed to the Heritage Committee. I find that hard to believe. I don't think it's good for the community. I guess the majority of you think it does. I've got an issue with that, but that's the way things are. You can't keep everyone happy. Hopefully it'll move forward in a positive manner. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Mayor, Council. I'm Jacob Cherub. I haven't been here in a few weeks. We've been doing a kitchen remodel, and I really had to escape to come here tonight. I have three things that I would like to address. After my friends Larry Noakes and Pat Gallus spoke, I'd like to speak extemporaneously on that. You know, many of us bought properties, maybe most of us bought properties in Laguna Beach because of the way it has maintained its village character, and enjoy that. And I moved down here 36 years ago, and that was one of the main reasons. I moved down from Los Angeles, couldn't wait to get out of there. And I'm happy to be here. And I'm so appreciative of Heritage Committee, of the council, of the different commissions who are protecting what it was that really has served as a magnet for us to move down here to Laguna Beach. And I'd like to point out, I'm sure Larry Noakes knows about this. I don't know about my friend Pat Gallus, but property rights do not accrue only to the person who is on the title of a property. It also goes to the neighbors of that property and the community at large. And our commissions and our council is there to protect not only the property owner, but neighbor properties and other people and the community at large. So I'd just like to say that. I received a copy of the, actually the segue there, of the proposed, the latest iteration for the apartment house for the property at St. Anne's and Glen Eyrie. And I'm still astonished at that property. Now, they have done what many builders and architects do, is they'll come in and say, well, we're going to do 70 some odd units. Everyone goes crazy. They knocked it down to 50 units. Oh boy, they started to sound reasonable. And now they're down to 40 some odd units. But we have to understand that that can be a game. There is approximately 7,000 feet of a church there that was drawn by Aubrey St. Clair, one of the most important architects in Laguna Beach. It's about 7,000 feet. And in this new plan, this so-called sanctuary space is about 7,000 square feet. I don't think that makes sense in terms of numbers. And to put it in the most, sorry, this will come up again. I think it's very important that we spend a lot of time on that. And I'm just going to say three words. Zoom. Why not? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers on non-agenda items? Let's have everyone else line up.
Good evening, City Council members. My name is Lisa Sadowski, and I live in Laguna Beach with my family. My two sons are graduates of the Montessori School, and my daughter will begin attending in the fall. I'm here to raise concerns about the NCC redevelopment plans and their impact on the Montessori School. The school has served our community for 50 years, providing essential early childhood education and full-day childcare for up to 84 families. Unfortunately, the redevelopment proposal doesn't address the school's future, even though it plays a critical role for working parents in our community as the only school serving preschool-aged children with an all-day schedule. The Montessori School has asked to remain at its current location, but it is not included in the plans, nor is the school even acknowledged by the church or the developer, except to request that they do not have to put up story poles so as not to disrupt the children. If the school closes, local families would face a shortage of preschool options in town. On behalf of my family and so many others who have called the Montessori School a home away from home for their children, I ask the City Council to work with the developer to incorporate the school into the 7,000 square foot worship space in the redevelopment. If that cannot be done, I hope that the council will work with the school to find a new home, perhaps at St. Catherine's. I know this topic is not on the agenda tonight, but it will be soon. Several advocates spoke in support of Montessori at the City Council meeting last year, where the decision was made to move forward with the investigation of the project. The council acknowledged the neighbors' very valid concerns about safety, views, et cetera, at that meeting, but no council member acknowledged the impact on the school. I urge the City Council to approve the redevelopment plans only if a suitable location for the Montessori is included or identified elsewhere. Our children's education must be prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, hi. Just going to second with Mrs. Sadowski there. I'm the admissions director for the Montessori School of Laguna Beach. I know, again, this item is not on the agenda, but this is something on my agenda every day that I wake up. My daughter went there. My older son I was actually with him, and my younger son's there now. People love this school. They come from all parts of Laguna to go to it. It's a wonderful place. What's happening is already affecting us greatly. People are afraid to make the choice to stay. They want more options for their children. I have children who want to stay and do kindergarten there. They don't want to go right into the district. So many things, and they're afraid to be there because they don't know what's going to happen. I would love to be able to tell them we always will have a home in Laguna, and I've yet to feel that from the media that's out there or from any of the comments I've gotten back from anyone I've tried to speak to in the city. So if you guys can just consider what Lisa said, I also stand with her comments, and thank you very much for having us here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Deepa Somasundram. I'm the owner, director of the Montessori School of Laguna Beach. So I like to follow these two ladies and appeal to you like I did the first time. And I know I have sent letters to every one of you and to the City Council to consider the situation that Laguna Montessori School is in, that has been here for 50 years, serving the community, and now is in the crossroads that we don't know where our home is going to be, because we were not included in the project. I like to point out, like the gentleman who spoke before, there's 7,000 square footage of the spiritual center, and we've been part of that. And we've occupied like 4,500. And we've, in negotiations, we've asked for 3,005. It's all on the letter that I sent to all the members and anyone who's concerned with the project. So I would urge you to please very carefully review that. I am all in favor of affordable housing. I know people have to live. Not everybody can afford to live here. I'm one of those. And I welcome that. But I also want to ask the question of whether we do, while we do accommodate new neighbors, give them a chance, do we have to kind of disown the community that has been here for 50 years and the parents who have been serviced for all those years? Do we ignore them? And is it at the expense of a community that's already thriving here? So please keep us in mind. And if nothing can be done, then I urge the city and the developer and the church to be able to find us a viable place to move, even if it's temporary, because as you know, zoning in Laguna for schools is very scarce to come by. And that location is zoned for a school, and it's been there for a long time. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any other speakers on non-agenda items? Okay, yeah. And does anyone else want to speak? If not, this will be the last. Anyone else want to speak? Okay, so you'll be the last speaker of the night for general public comments.
Hi, I'm Susan Cross. I'm the president of the board of Neighborhood Congregational Church. I would like to very respectfully correct some misconceptions that have been presented. When we first started looking at the problems we're facing with aging buildings that we can no longer afford to maintain, we were very much interested in keeping the Montessori School on our campus. We've had a long and very good relationship with Montessori, and that was our desire. For multiple reasons that I don't have time to enumerate now, we found that this was not possible. We've kept Montessori apprised of the situation at every step. We also very, very much would like for Montessori to remain in Laguna Beach. And we've even had a meeting with some city staff to discuss the possibility of them moving to St. Catharines. We're pretty much doing everything we can to support the Montessori school going forward. Unfortunately, it cannot be in our property. The 7,000 square feet that's been referred to is simply the sanctuary that exists now. The Montessori is in a different building. So to say that they have part of that 7,000 now is not accurate. And finally, I would just like to say that it's been tough for us to be mischaracterized in so many different ways by so many people. We've bent over backwards to meet with neighbors, to work with Montessori, to do everything right. We have not been playing some sort of game where we tell people different numbers just to fool them. Everything is absolutely legitimate and above board. So I think a lot of you already know that, but I just thought I should clear the record on that point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we will close public comment on non-agenda items and we will bring it back to council and staff. So let's go to Mr. Kiff.
I don't have any proposed changes to the agenda.
Do you have a report?
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm going to have some comments later on about the homeless item, but I don't have another report. I
That was
apologize.
good. Okay. Ms. Garibaldi?
The city did prevail in the historic preservation case on the CEQA case at the Superior Court. The hearing was a week ago from last Friday, and the final opinion came out last Tuesday, I believe. And we can make that available if anyone wants to see that through the city clerk's office.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Just a quick report on several meetings that I've had. I met with David Raber. I met with Matt Gumow and Dawn Price with the Friendship Shelter this morning. I also had a great Environmental Sustainability Committee meeting where I was able to meet some of the new members of that committee. We had a board meeting for Laguna Canyon Foundation as well as a field trip to see some of the fuel modification areas. A board meeting for the NCC, the Natural Communities Coalition, not Neighborhood Congregational Church. And I also was really happy to participate this weekend on a panel at the Laguna Cultural Arts Center for Women's History Month around women in leadership, entitled "What Next?" Thanks.
I like that title. That's good.
I like it.
Councilmember Kemp.
Yeah, I just have a couple things. So last Thursday, here in the council chambers, we had a wildfire town hall meeting focusing on alerts, warning, and evacuations. And first of all, I want to thank Sarah Lamones for organizing. She's our new emergency management coordinator. She did an excellent job. And we had the fire department leadership there as well as the police department and public works. Appreciate that. They did a really good job of putting on the town hall, and it's available online. Everybody should watch it because we've had, since the Paradise Fire, we've had a lot of interest in town and what's happening in fire prevention. What are we doing? Of course, we're doing a lot. But one thing of note, which would be nice to see, and we're going to be playing this when we bring our recommendations back from the fire mitigation task subcommittee that Councilmember Whalen and I are on in the early part of May. But we sent, I think, 3 firefighters up to Rancho Palos Verdes, and they were there for 2 weeks. And they showed us some film of the devastation up there in progress, what they had to deal with. And it was, it's frightening, but it's also very educational in terms of what we need to do here and what people need to be thinking about with their homes, because they're, if you've been to the Palisades, they're kind of situationally placed kind of very similar to Laguna Beach. So we'll be showing that at the beginning of May. I also want to acknowledge and thank the Chamber of Commerce, the sponsors, our staff, and Mayor Alex Renagi for such a good annual State of the Union, well, our union, State of the City. It was great. Yeah, the State of the Union is the board of press. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, so if you want to watch it, I think you can see it online, and you can see, I think it's on Facebook. But in particular, Alex, I thought your speech was on point. It was well delivered. We had a lot of fun. It was a very there's a lot to be upbeat about in Laguna, and it certainly was that. And it was also very informative. And he mentioned we're, in 2027, we're going to have our 100-year anniversary for Laguna Beach. So we want to get this place spiffed up for that. And then finally, I know Liz Avila left, but I wanted to congratulate her because nobody's handled solid waste better than Liz. So that's it for me.
Thank you, Sue. Councilmember Whalen.
Just a few things. I'd echo a lot of those comments that Councilmember Kemp had. Was a great state of the city, and I thought you mixed substance with humor quite well, Mr. Mayor. So you did a great job. As did our staff members afterwards, answering the questions from the panel. A couple things on the calendar coming up. We've got a number of community land trust meetings coming up in the next 3 days that hopefully some of you will attend and have received invitations to. There's information on the website. This is the community land trust that the council has authorized forming to work on housing issues in the community. Councilmember Orgel and I are involved in that. There also is an affordable housing tour, I believe, this Saturday from 9 to noon. Barbara McMurray, I think, is here. So you can see Barbara if you have any questions or interest in. That's going to tour the 3 existing affordable housing projects in the city, so people can get more informed on that. So I'm looking forward to attending that. And then I see Wendy Aird here tonight from the Laguna Art Museum Board. We had a bit of talk about this last time, but April 26th, there's a really fun event at the museum. You get to paint your name on the side of the building. It'll be up there for 30 days if you contribute, I think, $250 or more to their current fundraising campaign. So I think that's going to be a fun community event. Several hours on the 26th. You can get more information at the Art Museum website on that. And then I think the last point, maybe just to have the city attorney answer a second part of Pat Gallus's question, which is there is a right to appeal. Can you comment on that, on the historic case?
Sure. Thank you, Councilmember Whalen. Yeah, there is a right to appeal. The appeal would occur after judgment has entered. At this point, we only have a final ruling, so we'll have to wait for judgment to enter first. Sometimes that's quick. Sometimes the court takes many months. So it's not clear exactly when that will happen. But that is the right of the petitioner in pretty much all cases. So
We're going to go back to Hallie before we go to the Mayor Pro Tem. Hallie.
I forgot to mention something coming up, which is the Laguna Achievement Festival. I think that's what it stands for, a fundraiser for our lovely local radio station this weekend. So if you're interested, it should be a really fun night. Go ahead and buy tickets.
Good. Mayor Pro Tem, we're ready for the list.
Yep. And I noticed Hallie has one.
Yeah.
Now. Yeah. So thanks, Bob, for mentioning the land trust meetings coming up. And I hope we can have some folks that are interested in that attend. And thanks for the chamber for that great State of the City meeting or event. It was great. And Alex, you did a wonderful job. Thank you very much. I enjoyed the baby pictures. And I attended our vector control meeting because I'm the vector guy, right? No, we'll talk about it later. We're going to post it on the website. A Visit Laguna Beach board meeting. We had the summer festival meeting with Michael. I attended the LBAA meeting to review the TMD arrangements. The Rivian World Water Day event was great. That was last weekend. A Civitas meeting again to discuss the tourist marketing district. Meetings with Mike and Aaliyah Mariner. She's going to be one of our local, I believe she's 12. She's going to be one of our local advocates for stewardship. Jessica Gannon, Ed Almanza, John Zigowitz, Meryl Anderson, Emma with Visit Laguna, and Carl to discuss the TMD.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know if is Michael Litchi here. When's his last day?
Yeah, you're reminding me. I feel like I'm 10 minutes behind, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple things I want to say.
Okay, then I'll
Sorry.
wait. So I attended the Councilmember Kempf, the city attorney, and I attended the hearing on the historic case, and I think Hannah did a really good job, and the judge asked a lot of smart questions, and I think that the ruling came out the way that was, based on CEQA and the law. And it's crazy. It takes 4 years to get to that point, but we're hoping that we can continue making progress in terms of, protecting our historic resources via the Mills Act and voluntary preservation, but not allowing, people's property rights to be taken through an unfair process. So I think it was a big victory for the city and the interests of the residents. I attended the Flow. Laguna Beach High School has a program called Flow, and the whole idea is they come up with these different policy proposals for important city issues, and I found it to be such an inspiring event because I always find myself getting disillusioned at that it's so hard to make change, and there's all of these assumptions about how things are supposed to be, and it's refreshing to be surrounded by students who are not jaded and who are just looking at things as how they should be, which is I think how we all should be looking at the world. And so I found that inspiring. I think it's also inspiring there was nothing like that when I was at the high school. So it's amazing the progress that's been made just over the last I wasn't there that long ago at the high school. So it's amazing the progress that's been made at the high school. And connected to that, I attended the school power dinner dance. And it's amazing to see the dedication of the parents and the community at large to make sure that we have world-class schools. So I look forward to it, and I appreciate Steve's update on the pool moving forward and all of that. So I appreciate our close partnership working with the school district as we can figure out how do we make this the best place to have schools in America. That's our goal, right? Is to have the best and the brightest coming out of Laguna Beach High School. And then finally, I just want to thank the team that made the State of the City possible: Gerald, Cassie, Joelle, Aaron. I'm kind of a last minute type person, so I appreciate their patience with me in putting together that speech. And I also appreciate my colleagues, because I think Laguna Beach, over the next few years, we face in many ways unprecedented challenges, but also unprecedented opportunities. And it was alluded to with, the vacancies and, there's so many challenges, but at the same time, we really have the opportunity on so many issues, whether it's, wildfire safety or local water reliability or the arts, to really make a huge impact over the next few years. So I find that very exciting. And I feel, I think we have, as I said during my remarks, the best city council in recent history, and I look forward to continue working with all of you and our great city manager and city attorney and the entire staff, and of course our community, on how we can continue moving the ball forward on these important issues. And yeah, so Dave, do you want to provide your report?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Firstly, I wanted to address the person who talked about vacancies. There's some really exciting things happening downtown, and I'm just really excited about them. Including a program that Mark Christie announced at the State of the City involving the Surf Heritage Museum. And then we've got, I can count of 4 vacancies that I know they have active and really exciting vendors coming, and those have been working with community development to get those processed so they can open in time for summer. So it really made me smile seeing that. Secondly, I want to talk about Fire Station number 4. I wanted to thank the Planning Commission for all the work they put into discussing the design, and let especially South Lagoonans know there's there's a community meeting about Fire Station number 4, a design meeting. It's April 3rd, which is a Thursday night at 5:30. It's on site. So it's at the dental building there on Coast Highway. I need to announce sad news that two of my department team leaders are leaving. I'm really happy for them, really sad for us. One is Michael Litchie. He's going to Metrolink. Michael is in charge of recreation as well as transit. Just a really super department leader. The other is Erica Castillo, who's leaving to go not far away from us, but Erica's our finance director, and I've appreciated the time that I had with Erica. And that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you. And when will the fire station be going back to the planning commission? Can you just give us a brief update on that?
We told them 60 days from the 19th, so it should be the second meeting in May. That sound about right, Anthony? Yeah.
Okay.
So we don't want a lot of moss to grow under our, I'm mixing metaphors. You know what I mean? But we want to bring that back as soon as possible. So we asked for 60 days. And we're front loading the community communication so we can get the input quickly and have that influence the design.
Good. Okay.
Sort of, could I ask one follow-up on that? Sort of independent of that, council was hoping to get the demolition done so we could create some well, we have some parking, but maybe more parking in there before summer. Is there any?
I think that's still a possibility. I'm going to look at Gavin and Mark.
Well, maybe you could just.
Still in the plan. Mark.
Still in the plan.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
So do we have a date of when that's going to happen?
We'll get you a date, unless you know one off the top of your head. Okay.
Okay, so you'll get us
a firm date, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so at this point, we're going to move. Let's take the consent calendar, then we'll go to the presentation so that we can get rid of the items that are going to be approved now. So we're going to go to council first for items we want to pull from the consent calendar. So I will go ahead. Bob, do you want to pull something?
Item 9.
9, okay. Mark, anything?
I think. No, I'm good.
Is Michael Litchie here? I don't think he's here, huh?
He's
Okay,
here.
I want to pull 8. Sorry, Michael.
Actually, Alex, I'll take 17.
8, 17. Hallie, do you want to pull anything?
15 and 20.
20. And I was going to pull 20, so that's perfect. Okay, so are there any items that on the consent calendar that members of the public would like to pull? Okay, I don't see anything. So let's, is there a motion from?
Move the balance of this consent calendar.
Oh, and I guess we're also pulling item 3, the presentation, technically, right?
So actually, yeah, you got to expand your motion to get 1 and 2.
You 1 and 2, and then the
balance.
And the balance of the consent calendar.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So then we'll start with the Raftellus report. Dave, are you leading on this item?
Erica's going to help me as well as Rebecca from Raftellus. So somebody could cue that up.
3.
I hand it over to you, Erica.
Thank you, Dave. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. We're here today. My name is Erica Castillo, Finance Director. I'm here with Rebecca Hoskin from Raftellus, one of the members of the group that performed the assessment. So we're here to go through the presentation of the Department and Financial Operations Organizational Assessment as prepared by Raftellus. We're going to go through some highlights, and then Dave will chime in on the back end on some of the agenda reports comments that were made. So next slide, please. So Raftellus conducted an organizational assessment over the city's finance department and financial operations. So per Raftellus in their report, which is included in the agenda report as an attachment, the finance department is recovering from a perfect storm due to insufficient staff positions and capacity, high turnover, implementation of an ERP system, and lack of consistent leadership. I point to the graphic on the right, which you can see the tenure of the finance department staff has been 5 years or less. And I'd like to point out that it's not just within the finance department, but throughout the city. So they could have come from a different department. So we have a really fairly new finance team currently in place. Next slide, please. So through the department assessment, Raf Tellis had 20 recommendations for change and improvement within a 48-month time frame. 7 recommendations were classified as priority items, which we will review next. Next slide, please. So the 7 priority items that Raf Tellis recommended we implement urgently, and we'll go through them in the order that they had them in, is create 2 divisions in the finance department, 1 for accounting and 1 for budget and finance, which this is a traditional structure that you see throughout cities and other finance department organizations. We're currently working on this. Item number 2 is add 1 new FTE for an accounting manager position. As part of the mid-year, City Council approved reclassifying the accounting supervisor position to accounting manager, and we're actively recruiting for this. So it is in process. Number 4 is develop comprehensive financial policies, a document that is presented to City Council and approved by resolution. We currently do have financial policies that are included in the administrative report, but this is expanding it even further, including budgetary policies, throughout that we don't currently have here at the city. We would expand what we currently have and document and bring it to City Council. The number 6 is create a comprehensive year-end close checklist and update each year with new requirements. This is vital, and it did affect the fiscal year 2023 audit and resulted in a finding. So we have addressed this. We have a template ready that will be updated every year with any kind of new accounting pronouncements so that we can make sure that we follow our closing procedures and make sure we don't get audit findings at year end. The next is just creating a department calendar that is located in our shared drive and used by finance department staff. We've already started working on this, and we're setting timelines and goals within it to make sure that everyone's addressing our key deadlines ahead of time and not waiting for the last minute. Number 8, which is very critical, is assign the accounting manager once they're hired with monitoring technical implementations of accounting pronouncements and other new reporting requirements. Currently, that is done by me, but it would be great to have a second set of eyes to implement that and give time for the finance director to focus on strategic plans for the city. And then the number 18 is hire a professional space planner, and that mostly within the report, it references utilizing the space within finance more appropriately. We've already made changes within our department, making sure confidential conversations are happening in a closed room office. So we have made progress on that. Next slide. Couple more notable recommendations. The first one, and Dave will address, is reestablishing separate audit and investment advisory committees for the city to comply with the GFOA's best practices. And I'll let Dave touch upon that after I'm done with the slide. The next one is develop a 10-year financial forecast, which we've already developed and will be included in the fiscal year 2026 budget. So that is complete. And then the last one, and very critical for finance, is create a strategic plan for the finance department. And this will definitely be a critical item, but it's also one where the implementation recommended timeframe is 24 to 48 months once we're up and running with the other recommendations. With that, I'll pass it over to Dave.
So the other recommendation, as Erica noted, involved separating the audit oversight committee and the investment advisory committee. Now, that's all one committee now, as you know. And Raf Tellis is recommending that instead of an audit oversight committee, that 2 council members be designated as the individuals that would oversee the audit. This is not to say that wouldn't be a public process. The auditor could still report back to the council in public with a presentation. And when I'm talking about the audit, just for folks at home, I'm talking about the comprehensive annual financial statements, which have to go through primarily, which have to go through the audit process. So they think it's better that the decision makers directly have input from the auditors rather than having a committee do that. I talked to Councilmember Whalen. He was reiterating the importance of still the elements in the Investment Advisory Committee, especially Measure LL oversight. So my recommendation would be to designate 2 council members to serve as the audit committee or audit subcommittee of the council, and then maintain the Investment Advisory Committee, have it do its investment review, as well as the Measure LL oversight. I'd welcome any questions about that. The second part of the staff report, I discuss the role of the elected city treasurer, and I've had a lot of good conversations with Treasurer Parisi about this. We did ask Raf Tellis to see if there was a way that that function could be integrated so that we're not being duplicative, or that we're being as efficient as possible. What Raf Tellis ended up recommending was that we should continue to have improved dialogue between the finance unit and the elected city treasurer so that we can make sure that those duplications don't happen. So it's better communication and parameters, and then have a better understanding from the finance unit and the city treasurer as to what would be provided when to whom. So we think that's an appropriate recommendation. And again, I've appreciated Laura's participation in that. The staff report also talks about that delineation, as well as what I think remains a shortfall in our finance unit is revenue management, to make sure that we're indeed collecting all the revenue and that we're entitled to. It's not even talking about new revenue, just collecting all the revenue that we're entitled to, and seeing if Laura could participate more in that activity. So with that, I don't have any more comments. I know Erica does. Or I wanted to thank the Raf Tellis team led by Rebecca here, and including Laguna Beach's own Jan Perkins. It's nice to have Jan coordinating some of this work. So again, my conclusion with the report was it was very valuable. I appreciated the multiple sets of experienced eyes looking at our finance unit, and I think it's on a course to good correction and to become what it needs to be. Thank you.
Rebecca, can I ask you a few questions? Thank you for being here.
Of course.
So first, thank you for a great report. And can you just tell us about yourself, what your experience is?
Sure, my background. Just by way of introducing our firm as well, I work for Raf Tellis. We're a national consulting firm. We specialize in public sector, so our clients are all local governments and utilities. So it's a very focused specialty. Most of us are former local government or utility employees, myself included. I have a 30-year career, about half in consulting and half indirect service. Most recently, I was a finance director for a city up near Pasadena, La Cuneta, Flint Ridge. I was a budget officer before that in city of Simi Valley, and had other financial and city management roles before that. So that's my background. I have an MBA.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. And so in terms of, so what I want to focus on is I think there's a lot of really good recommendations in this report that are more like internal. That's kind of the job of the staff. It's like, yeah, we all love the idea of implementing, a lot of these ideas, like the checklist and stuff, but we're not going to be involved with that. So I'm focused sort of on a policy perspective, and it sounds like there's a clear consensus in terms of the recommendations related to, the way that we're handling the committees. And then the city treasurer. So I just wanted to get your insights about that, because I think that this is a really important discussion topic. So can you elaborate on sort of what the city manager was saying about, he asked if there were ways to integrate her more beyond the ways of what the government code requires. Can you share, have you seen that? So I guess, can you share your response to that?
The short answer is, and Treasurer Parisi expressed it herself in her response, is that no two cities are the same. So there's a lot of variability in terms of how they handle the treasurer function. Typically, we did look at integrating and seeing how we could try to, give her a larger role in some of the finance, or to try to integrate some more. And the end result was really that we didn't see how that would work. She has a really important role right now in the revenue and assessment districts, TOT audits. And I think that that's what Mr. Kipp was sort of getting at, as well as expanding some of that perhaps, or using her audit. She has an extremely strong audit background. So using that strength for the city's benefit.
And so how many so the government code outlines, and I think this is on page, what page is it on? Where it outlines the government code responsibilities for city treasurer. 3, how many hours a week would that be?
Hours a week for, I'm sorry.
So if someone just did what the government code requires, how many hours a week would that typically be?
I wouldn't be able to say an hour amount. I mean, it really depends again on each city. I mean, one of the things I will say is that Laguna Beach is unique in the complexity of your finances for the size of your city. You're much more complex with your financials than other cities of your size, many of them, because you have assessment districts, you have bonds, you have real estate transactions, and all of that leads to more complex financial work, more time, essentially. So, but in terms of hours, I couldn't look at this and give you an hour. I'm sorry.
So what, I guess, and I'll finish it up here, but what are the beyond the government code, what are the things that that Laura's involved with that go beyond the government code, I guess, is the question.
I believe the assessment districts is not in the code. She'd probably be the better person to ask. I believe that the assessment districts, the TOT audits is beyond the code, I believe. That's an extra benefit that you have right now. So those are some things.
And then just a final question, because I think I agree with you. Laura is excellent and has, you know, a lot of experience as a CPA and so I think one of the goals of why we wanted to bring in an outside assessment is it's not about the person, it's about the position, right? And how do we're in an awkward position as a city council because there's no one, the city manager does not provide oversight over the city treasurer, right?
Correct.
We provide oversight over the city manager. We hold him accountable for all the staff, right? And so in terms of your recommendation about from our perspective, in terms of how we can, you know, fix a lot of because I mean, I think what this report shows there's a lot of deep-seated problems in the finance department. Is keeping the treasurer function in the way it's always been the ideal situation based on your experiences in other cities and what the best practices are?
I mean, I think, and again, it varies so widely.
Okay.
I apologize. It's just so variable depending on, you know, on what the role is for the treasurer in that community. You know, a lot of places have gone away from elected treasurers to this point and kind of integrated that role into the finance department. So that's one option for sure. And that puts all the responsibility under the city managers, you know, management. So that's one option that some cities do. There are, however, several elected treasurers, as you saw in the report, in the region, and you know that's a legacy that continues.
So you think it's working well, the current approach for our department?
I think it's working the way it's working. I know. I apologize.
Well,
I'm not sure how else to answer that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't know what that means. The way it's working.
Yeah.
What is it working well?
I think.
Because I just wanted, we don't want to, we just want an unbiased, I mean, that was the whole point of this report, right? Is we
I
want
think
to
in an
bring
ideal world, I mean, again, I think the trend now is to get away from elected treasurer because of that issue of you don't control the person in the, you know, again, we're talking about personalities, but you don't control who's in that role. Whereas a traditional hiring process, you can a little more. So that's just seems to be a trend nationally is to get away from that a little bit. But again, they also remain in many cities across the country.
Got it. Thank you, Sue.
Yeah, this is, sorry for this question, Erica, but so do you find in other cities that it's hard to recruit for jobs in municipal finance?
Absolutely. That's a trend right now. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, we
the
find that
pools are
too,
low.
and that just contributes to problems that you wouldn't have if it was easier. Like, you know, I come from the private sector. We could always hire finance people, accounting people without any problem. But here in the city, and I know that's why I was asking you if other cities had the same problem, because that's
Absolutely.
that's my
There's
sense.
a lack of qualified folks in the pool right now. So there's a lot of competition for those positions and
Right.
those qualified candidates.
Do you think private sector has too big a pull on public
I
sector
think to some
jobs?
degree that, and then also just, you know, I think there was the silver tsunami a few years ago and a lot of the senior folks retired and left and, you know, with COVID and a lot of things. And so I just think the pool of qualified folks up there has shrunk a little bit. And so there's just more competition now.
Okay, thank you.
And Laura, did you want to respond or say anything based on to provide your analysis on this before we go to the public?
I'm not quite sure where you would like me to go with
No,
it.
I just want to give you an opportunity to speak on, because I know you have your recommendation in here. So if you want to provide and add any insights for us.
Well, I guess I could start with Laguna Beach is a city that was formed under general law. The elected treasurer was set up at the same time that the council members were set up. And one of the main advantages of the elected treasurer is that I report to the citizens. I'm their eyes and ears. They're my first loyalty. I do have a big background. I'm happy to fill in where there are shortfalls in the finance department, and I have done that. I think for Laguna Beach, which is a fairly small city, the elected treasurer is it's a valuable position. It's a nice way to keep a job local. But I love the point that Raftelis brought out. It's so important to have clarity within everybody's responsibilities, who's doing what to whom, and it'll be real important. If I do delve into areas of the finance department to try and pitch in, help out, to do that with the assistance of and blessing of the city manager.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, any other questions from the council? Okay, let's take it to the public. Are there any members of the public who'd like to weigh in on this item? No, then we'll bring it back to the city council. So Dave, what kind of direction are you looking for here?
I think the biggest one would be, would you be okay if we move forward and brought something back to you for an action item that would separate out the investment advisory committee and its function with the audit role? So it would be in charge, the investment advisory committee would be in charge of Measure LL oversight and the investment oversight that it traditionally does today. We'd pull out the audit and have that report to a subcommittee or an ad hoc committee of the city council, 2 members.
I think that's a good idea. And I would also think it'd be helpful to, I don't know when, and it might, Sue, you would know better, but how frequently do we get feedback on like what's going on with their investments from that committee reporting to the council?
Oh, we probably meet quarterly, I'd say.
But in terms of like a report to the council, is there?
We do it once a year.
Once a year, okay,
Yeah.
that sounds good.
And we do it once a year for the audits too.
Okay. And then Dave, what about the city council policies for financial policies? And that's sort of, will
I
that
feel
come
like
back with the
we're
budget?
marching ahead on those that we need to bring to council, we will, hopefully fairly quickly.
Okay, and then as I recall, part of the reason why we did this report was because the decision was made to take away the investments from through the government code and outsource them, and the city treasurer 30% of her work was doing the investments, and so that was sort of the basis of this, was to get a recommendation in terms of salary, because what we didn't want to do was make a decision not based on facts and evidence. So in terms of that didn't happen here. Is that something that, and it's, I guess I'm interested to hear what my colleagues think about that issue of how we can make informed best practice decisions about, what the right, because, Laura's also from Laura's perspective, she would say that there should be more hours because of the work that she's doing. So how do we get the best practices and an objective recommendation about what this role requires and how we make sure that we're doing things the right way? Is that something that you could bring back to us?
I can try. I don't know how objective I can be. It's so hard when there are important personalities involved that I'd be happy to work with the council and bring something back.
So, okay, go ahead, Sue.
Well, I think the question is, what are we asking to have brought back? I mean, what I was thinking we would bring back is, so we have some, as the report indicates, we do things differently here than other cities. And we do a lot of things differently in Laguna than other cities. But in this case, and when it comes to managing money and how we do our finances, I think we should do things in more of a standard way.
Yep.
I also think that we should, when we look at the roles, and what I would ask you to bring back is roles for the treasurer, personalities, people aside, the treasurer is function. It's an elected position. I actually don't agree that it should be an elected position because the oversight's the voters don't know. So nobody knows what's going on with the city finances, and the only way you can, if you have a treasurer that you don't like, the only way you can move the treasurer out is to recall them or not elect them again. But in this, where in, the private sector, if you have issues with your finance department, you can deal with that directly, whether you're the VP of finance or you're the CEO or whatever, you can deal with that more directly. But, that's kind of an aside, not what we're talking about today. But I would like as we have an elected treasurer now, I'd like it to be very clear that the roles and responsibilities should only align with the government code. I don't personally like the blending because that's kind of a non-standard way to do things. And I think when you get non-standard, particularly in financial matters and accounting and how you're processing your city's finances, I don't think it's a good idea. So that's what I would ask you to come back with is responsibilities that clearly define what is in the role of the government code and kind of stick with that. Further, do you want me to make all my comments now? Yeah, some other comments. Some other comments I have is on meter. So I think in the staff report you said, or also you sent us an email about moving more money over to meter.
Yeah, we talked about that. I talked with the treasurer about that, whether or not, as a reminder, meter invests what are defined as surplus funds, funds not needed for immediate liquidity. We believe, and I think Laura concurs, that an additional 20 million, up to 20 million, could be moved in and found to be surplus funds and invested with meter.
Yeah, because some of our investments pre-meter, so we were having a discussion asking you, what could we do about those low yield investments? It's costing us a lot of money. So meter thinks that they can sell some of those low yield investments and we can still make more money on them.
That they're doing that fairly thoughtfully and diligently as they approach maturity, or if they're close enough to maturity where they could be sold maybe at a paper loss, but reinvested quickly enough at a higher amount so that in the end the net is higher.
Yeah,
and they're doing some of those transactions now.
Okay, that would be good. On the separation of the audit committee from the I totally agree with that, and I think we could have Bob and I are I'm the council liaison, but you're I think the alternate. So for example, we could do it, you get the audit report, you talk to the auditors, talk to the finance department, and then we'd have a workshop on the audit findings, for the public, so more people could be available to, participate in the workshop. On the TOT audits, so, well, I'll leave, those are my comments for now. I'll just leave it at that.
I just had a couple of comments. I think the mayor and Councilmember Kemp have covered a lot of mine, but I appreciate the city manager's comment on Measure LL, continuing that with the committee. People will remember that was, a promise we made to the voters in 2016. Technically, we only had to keep it for 5 years, but I think it's been a good process to make sure, and Glenn Gray and others have been involved in this process, that we have independent members of the community evaluating the expenditures and confirming that they're in accordance with what the voters approved. So I think that's good. One item that is also currently sits with the Investment and Audit Committee that would need to be addressed presumably in the Audit Committee is selection of auditor. So I'd want to make sure that gets clarified in the Audit Committee responsibilities. I agree with Councilmember Kemp and the mayor that look, there's been tension for years between the finance department and the city treasurer's role, and I'm not assigning blame or responsibility to anybody, but it's just there. And so we need to have roles and responsibilities clearly defined, and whatever they are, they are. And I think the city managers had some conversations with the treasurer, and so I do think, Dave, I'd ask you to work further on that with the treasurer and the finance department and bring back so that we know as a council exactly what the roles and responsibilities are, because then we know, who to hold accountable for particular areas, whether it's the TOT or the assessment district or short-term investments, long-term investments, whatever they are. Because it's kind of I think we all sort of have an understanding of it, but I don't think I can point to a piece of paper where it's written down. So I'd like to see that come back as part of this. Lastly, I'm glad to hear that the 10-year financial forecast is, I guess, done or near done. we should get that. That should always be up and on the website and available for people to look at as we, and then obviously it'll evolve over time and get updated. Anyway, overall, I appreciate the report. I think it was valuable to do. I appreciate the work that Raf Tellis has done. The recommendations all look smart to me. As the mayor said, a lot of these are internal and should be easy to implement. And I look forward to your bringing back to us the two things that I mentioned.
Mark?
No, I agree with what was said, and I agree with the recommendation, so I think it's been said.
Holly?
Yeah, first off, Erica, we're sorry to see you go. We're really happy for you, but sorry to see you go. I definitely agree with the separation of the audit committee and the investment committee. I think that makes a lot of sense. And Dave, I think that this is a question for you. One of the recommendations is a finance department strategic plan. Is that something that we have in other departments at the city?
It's not common, but it's also something that the police department would like to do one. The fire department just did one. So actually it's getting more common. The public works department is looking at accreditation, which I think would look at a strategic plan too. So it's, I think, where we need to be.
Yeah, and one of the comments on that, though, it's something that I think I might bring forward or talk to the city manager more about. But I think there was a comment about this that I totally agree with. It's the way that we do the benchmarks, the metrics in our budget process. I think those metrics, it was a great thing that we chose to do that. But I think that we really can be more intentional about, it's sort of a collaborative process between staff and city council, because ultimately the budget is our policy document, but looking at the way that we do metrics and potentially aligning them with our strategic plans, because we have a lot of plans in the city, and for them to be implementable, I think it's key that we have clear, well-defined metrics where we all are on the same page, and that kind of directs us in where we're going. And then I'm just going to finish off on the comments related to the role of the city treasurer. I really think at the end of the day, I want to be able to hold someone accountable for this. This department had issues for a long time, and I think it's time for we have serious issues in the city. We have serious issues that in terms of like just the audit from the past, the audit internal control issues, but then just going forward as we deal with rising costs and revenues that are not keeping up, we really need to have this finance department in shape. So I want to be able to hold the city manager accountable to that for that, because we can't hold anyone else accountable for that. And so I would like I don't think we should just always do things the way we've always done them without reason. And so I would be supportive of you bringing back different ideas about, of one is what the role of the city treasurer would be if it was just the government code. And then the second option would be the role of the city treasurer with the 30% reduction based on losing the investment portfolio. I think that would be helpful for the council so we can look at it. I personally, for example, I think that we should have an appointed performance auditor at the city, where that person, all they do is performance audit, because I think if we were to set up the government today, I think that's what we really need. So I'm making the point that we shouldn't just blindly adhere to our institutions just because that's the way they've always been. We should figure out what makes sense going forward. So I don't know if council's supportive of the city manager bringing back a recommendation of what I just outlined as it relates to the city treasurer. But that's where I would be.
I'd absolutely be interested in looking at your recommendations, Dave.
Okay.
With those those different options.
I'm fine with that.
Are you including the performance?
No,
auditor in that?
I'm just using that as an example
Okay.
of.
So we're not going
that's
to
what-
worry about that.
No, we're not going to worry about that now.
So to recap, it sounds like I'd bring back a look at the clarity between the elected city treasurer's duties and the finance unit, a look at how that might affect wages.
And based on the decision, because that was the whole point, part of the report, the reason why we did this report is we wanted an independent assessment of, we just took away responsibility. So how do we fairly, weigh the equities in terms of the salary?
Right.
So yeah, that would be the.
And then the recommendation with separating the audit unit out. And then as Councilmember Kemp mentioned, we'll implement the change involving the surplus funds versus non-surplus funds anyway. So I appreciate your input.
Thank you.
If we need a motion on that.
Okay, I'll move the recommended action as outlined by the city manager.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good. Okay, next we're on item 9, I believe.
Did you have 8 pulled?
8.
Yeah, that was me.
Okay, go ahead, Sue.
So as Michael Litchie, who is our transportation manager extraordinaire, and I just wanted to, I don't have any big questions. I just want to ask you, because we're talking about the frog parking contract. Do you think, and we maybe look at what we might do in the future. What do you think? Do you have any ideas what the future? I know you're not going to be here. You'll be doing trains and we'll be doing cars, but
He won't be far. He'll come down on his
be
train.
far, yeah. But do you have any recommendations for us or any ideas about what we might want to look at in the future?
Sure. Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Good evening, Mayor Inagi, Council, Michael Litchie, Director of Transit and Community Services. So I think in the city, we've made a lot of strides in the last 5 years or so to really embrace technology in terms of our parking payment options, as well as now working closely with the police department to implement technology on the enforcement side as well to make it a little more efficient. So the item before you tonight is to extend our existing agreement with Frog Parking, which we procured a little over 5 years ago as a mobile payment provider so that you could pay for parking on your phone instead of having to go to the pay station or put money into a parking meter. And then also the parking guidance system that included parking sensors in all of our parking lots and the majority of our on-street parking that provided real-time parking availability information to the public and also some data to the city on parking utilization, whereas before we would rely on hand counts 2 times a year to get that parking data. So, in looking at other cities, I think we are toward the top of the heap in terms of implementing technology. I think with technology comes challenges sometimes, and especially with integration of different providers. So we have multiple different providers. We have Frog for the online payments and the sensors. We have IPS pay stations and parking meters. We have Ventec pay stations in our parking lots. So getting all those systems to talk can be a challenge sometimes with technology. And I think what we're looking to do here is with this next RFP that we put out, really look at the technology providers that are out there and look at whether it makes sense to continue to invest in those parking sensors. We did do a brief survey just to find out how are people using those. We know people are downloading the app, but we worked with Visit Laguna to do a quick survey in advance of this item just to see when people come into town, how are they figuring out where to park? And we did talk about the results in the staff report a bit, but we were, I guess, a bit surprised to see that most people don't really plan ahead for parking. They either come into town and figure I'm going to drive to where I'm going and look for the closest parking place and see what I find. Or there are the regulars who come into town and have their spots where they know they can usually find parking. So, I think that tells us 2 things. One is we might need to up some of our marketing efforts about the parking app. Because I think when it initially launched, we did a lot of outreach and marketing, letting people know this tool existed to find parking that was available in town, so you weren't circling around. But also the council will have to kind of look at, cost effectiveness and does it make sense to continue to offer these sensors, which while they're valuable and they provide good information, they do require upkeep and replacement. And so we're at the point now where the 2,300 sensors that we have in town, many of them are nearing the end of their useful life. So with this RFP that we plan to put out in the next few months, we definitely want to look at other mobile payment providers and have the best and most technologically advanced, most user-friendly mobile payment options, but then also look at, does it make sense to continue to offer the parking availability information, which is valuable and is something that we've pointed to as a TDM strategy. But how do we make that information the most effective?
Is it useful to look, is there useful data in the Frog parking database that we would want to use going forward?
There is useful data. It does provide us with a lot more granular detail about parking usage in town of our paid public parking areas than just doing those hand counts once a year, hiring a consultant to come and do manual counts. I think the issue again with the technology, it provides a lot more data, but it does require upkeep. So we, have found sometimes that the data we're looking at in the lots maybe doesn't jive with what we know is in existence in real time. And more often than not, that's because there are some sensors in the lot that have a dead battery and need to be replaced. So it does require continuous maintenance and upkeep.
I see.
And there is a cost to that. So I think it's, as I said, kind of going to be a cost benefit analysis. But I think we're moving in the right direction with the digital parking permits program that the council approved at the last meeting. We're really moving toward a license plate based system where enforcement is going to be much more efficient because it is going to be based primarily on plates. We do look around regularly at other cities and what they're doing. And as much as, I'm always looking for ways to improve what we have here, when I go to other cities, my family is always like, why are you staring at the parking meters and pay stations? So it's a thing I do now. But more often than not, I'm actually impressed by where we are with our technology. So while I won't say, we're the best of any city around, I think we're in that upper echelon that, more often than not, I'm impressed by what we have when I come back to our city, when I pay for parking in other cities.
Thank you. We're going to miss you, Michael. I wish you well in your new job, but you've been really fantastic. A lot of the things that we've done, like the on-demand, is Michael. So, there's a lot of wonderful things that he's done here in transportation that, as you said, we don't do and that other cities don't do. And it's because of you and your thoughtful approach. And I appreciate that. And I wish you the best.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd echo that, Michael. And I understand you signed up to deliver a car-free Olympics in 2028, right?
That is what the mayor promised, I hear. So we can do our best.
Good luck with that. No, thank you for all the work you've done over the years. I think you have moved us forward a lot, and hopefully we can sustain that even in your absence. So thank you.
Any other questions before?
I'd just like to thank Michael as well. I've had several meetings with him and with the festival management program, and I've just found him he's great to work with, and he has great ideas, and you've done a great job managing and bringing, unique solutions to the table. I really appreciate it. So you will be missed. Thanks.
We'll go to, you and I can still talk about Michael after public comments. So, okay, let's open public comments on this item. Does anyone want to speak? Okay, so we'll close public comment on this item, and I will just echo the comments of my colleagues. I think we are so lucky, Michael, to have had you for the service that you had here. It's so we had breakfast a couple months ago, and it's good that you didn't stay as a reporter in the journalist world, because you've made such a big impact here, and so anyway, thank you for the impact that you made. I think it'll continue, and you have big shoes to fill, and so we look forward to seeing you around town, and it's exciting that you're able to work on what you're passionate about. So we wish you all the best, and thank you for all the innovation and dedication that you brought to the city of Laguna Beach. It's very, very much appreciated. So thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. So do you want to make a motion, Sue? I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item 9, and Bob, you pulled that?
Yeah, I pulled that. I was hoping the chief could come up on that, or Robert. This is the FEMA grant for the hazard mitigation for 2 new fuel modification zones, 16 and 19. Almost $500,000. But I did have a question mostly. These are new areas that we've never had the opportunity to do fuel mod on, Chief, I believe. Can you just give a quick overview and then maybe speak to timeline for implementation, or Robert?
Sure. Good evening. Robert Montagam, your fire marshal. Thank you for the opportunity to present this matter before you. Summary of the matter, really going through it really quickly. Through the application efforts, the fire department has been able to been awarded the $445,470 in funding from FEMA and California Office of Emergency Services for hazard mitigation and fuel modification in 2 zones, fuel modification 16, zone 16 and 19. Those would be Hobo Canyon and Diamond Canyon respectively. The project was divided in 2 phases when it comes to this funding. And phase 1, which included biological studies, environmental design, and security entitlements, which will be completed over the 15 months as it was required. And then the following this grant's phase 2 approval, of course, is contingent upon programmatic review and environmental and historical preservation approval. And the phase 2 activities will not commence until written approval has been received, of course. In addition, the phase 2 is, if the phase 2 is unapproved, federal funds may be deobligated for previously completed phase 1 activities. So so for discussion, the FEMA project approval and obligation of funds are contingent upon implementation of the fuel modification activities in the 2 fuel modification zones. The project will clear vegetation by implementing vegetation management in 2 identified zones. And the vegetation management activities include removing dead and dying fuels, thinning heavy brush, maintaining ember-resistant zones, and trimming or removing trees. And of course, that will we will adhere to our fuel management practices that has been established with the city throughout the years. And with regards to financial analysis, the city has already included as part of the budgeting process for year 24 and 25, matching funds to implement the phase 1 of $445,470 from the Wildfire Mitigation Fund and the Fire Safety Fund. And this amount will be offset by the FEMA grant of $334,102.50, with the remaining balance of $111,367.50 funded through the existing balance in the Wildfire Mitigation and Fire Safety Fund as a local match. So no additional appropriation is needed at this time. And therefore, the staff recommends that the City Council accept the financial, the FEMA Cal OES grant, funding an amount of $334,102.50 for the hazard mitigation for fuel reduction purposes in Zone 16 and 19.
Thank you, Robert. So assuming that everything goes as planned, looking at the bright side, which is what we want to do here, when do you think the fuel modification can actually commence?
Great question. So at this juncture, we have conducted and completed all of our environmental studies, and we've also had an initial meeting with Coastal Commission. We presented the project to them, and they have requested an additional item before we can actually submit the completed package of the application to them. And we are working on that final phase, which is obtaining a report or a restoration project report. They're asking for that at this time, at the same time as our application is being submitted. So as soon as we wrap that up, then we're working with our vendor to have that drafted pretty soon so we can submit the complete package to them. And once the package is submitted to them within next 30 to 45 days, then they will review the application packet, and they also have their appeal period that they have to go through. And I believe there may be some appeals filed. And once those decisions are made, when we have the final details of the approval, then at that point we will start. I'm sorry, I don't have a definite date, but I'm hoping it's within the year.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Just a question, I don't know, for Bob or Megan or you guys. I thought the governor basically said that we're not going to be dealing with the Coastal Commission on stuff. So what's going on? Why is that not happening, or how does that executive order come into play here? It seems like this is exactly what the problem is in California, right? Where you can't protect people from fire because you have to go through all this process.
We had that initial conversation. Good evening, Mayor.
Good evening.
Council members, Nico King, your fire chief. The fire marshal and I met with the Coastal Commission, and we had that conversation. They laid out that the executive order that the governor gave was going to be further defined within the next 60 days. We're still within that time period, but what we believe is going to be defined is a different type of application, an abbreviated application for additional fuel mod projects to be started this calendar year. We don't even know what is going to be required of that application, but we know that there's going to be some CEQA requirements still. Without knowing what is going to be required of that application, we decided that the best thing is to stay on the course that we're on, because we've done a lot of work.
Got it.
The CEQA process has been completed. We have the ISMND in hand. It's just this initial portion that we need to keep. If we do find out that this executive order is going to be a much more abbreviated process, and this specific project would apply, we will absolutely take it down that route for efficiency.
Have we reached out to the governor's office or someone in Sacramento to help us navigate this?
We haven't yet, but I was waiting too, like you were, for the rules to come out, but that's a good plan once we see the rules.
So I thought when it's a state of emergency executive order, aren't those?
There's still rules,
Okay.
60 days of
Okay,
rules.
sounds good.
Well, actually, yeah, under the executive order, you have to still go through the Secretary of Natural Resources. And I mean, it's a process, and it's also unclear whether that would apply in subsequent years. So with this permit, we'll have ongoing.
Got it. So that could be more defensible going forward.
We'll have ongoing authority.
Makes sense.
But we'll absolutely move to the more nimble process if it's open to us.
Sounds good.
It'd be ideal to get this done quickly.
I mean, I guess the last thought to complete for council, and maybe Jeremy can speak to this. I mean, Assembly Member Dixon has introduced legislation. I think it's been assigned a bill and a committee. Bill number and Camille.
Correct. I'd have to double check the bill number. I'm mixing it with her e-bike legislation as well. But yep, that's going to committee, and any day now that should be heard by committee.
Great. So can you send us that information?
Happy to.
Perfect. Thank you. Good work on that. Okay. Any other questions for staff on this item? Okay. Open. And does anyone want to speak on this item? No public comments. Ms. Jones.
Thank you. I've obviously spent time in both of these fuel mod areas. There are sensitive environmental resources and huge fire risk. So congratulations to you guys for getting this grant through. I'm really happy to see really sustainable fuel mod work happen in these canyons.
Good. Other comments? No. Bob, you want to make the motion?
Yeah, no, thanks. Thanks again to staff for moving it along. I think we all feel the need for expanded fuel mod areas, and we'll soon I'll have a lot more on that on the 6th of May. But anyway, for now, I'd move the recommended action here.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Well done, you guys. Thank you.
Yeah, number 17.
Or 15's next, I think.
Oh, 15.
Item 15. I think Hallie, you pulled out. Do you want a staff report?
I would like a staff report. I think it's great that the department is doing this, and I think it's really important for our community to understand how seriously we're taking this issue.
So for the folks at home, this is about new e-bike regulations and a new ordinance.
Good evening, Council. Lieutenant Jesse Schmidt, alongside newly promoted Traffic Sergeant Thomas Spratt. Tom and I are in charge of our traffic bureau, and we oversee the traffic unit and assisted in constructing this ordinance today. The idea of introducing new regulations around e-bikes is not unique to Laguna Beach. In recent years, Laguna Beach has witnessed a significant rise in the use of e-bikes, e-scooters, and electric transportation devices. E-bikes and similar devices pose safety risks and concerns when used irresponsibly, as they can operate at higher speeds than pedal bicycles and often compete with spaces with both vehicles and pedestrians. Currently, the Laguna Beach Municipal Code regulates the use of bicycles on Main Beach Boardwalk, the city parks, and recreation zones, and on the beach. However, there is an increasing need to establish regulations specific to operations of e-bikes. While the current municipal code regulates bicycle usage in public spaces, it does not specifically address the unique dynamics introduced by e-bikes. This gap has led to growing concerns around safety, accessibility, the need for more tailored ordinance around e-bikes specifically. To prepare the proposed ordinance, city staff reviewed e-bike regulations from surrounding jurisdictions, including beach communities like Hermosa Beach, Huntington Beach, Manhattan Beach, San Clemente, and Seal Beach. Staff also reviewed regulations adopted by Irvine, Marietta, and Orange County. Tom and I would be happy to answer any questions or concerns you may have with the ordinance.
Any questions?
Yeah, my main question is just around public education. What can you share with me about your plans to make sure families, I have teenagers myself, parents like me understand the new ordinance?
Yeah, that's a great question. So The introduction of the e-bike ordinance would come with an educational campaign, social media campaign. The school resource officers will be conducting training classes, safety education classes at the high school, at Thurston, and the elementary school, along with quarterly e-bike training courses, public safety courses for the community. So
Thank you. I'm so glad you guys are doing this.
I believe you've done some outreach prior to this. Is that correct? With the
certainly
kids and
in
training?
regards to the educational components of it, yes, we have.
I think I've noticed a difference. The road warriors seem to be dying down a bit.
Well, that's good to hear. This will give us flexibility in our discretionary usage of the municipal code and the law.
So again, thanks for bringing this. I think the chief suggested this at the strategic planning meeting, something you'd all be bringing forward, and I think it's terrific. The change that's coming back to us tonight, one of the changes is to add liability for or possibility of citations being issued to both the minor and the parent. You want to discuss that a little bit, or why you're bringing back that change?
Yeah, I think for us with the officers and the park rangers, giving them discretionary flexibility in dealing with real-time events and the adverse components of the field capacity. So the severity of the violation, the understanding of whether or not the child or the minor's wrongdoings. And so giving them the opportunity to have some flexibility out in the field. The California Vehicle Code has always been something that we can rely on. It still is. We could be using it today, but giving us, the police department, the flexibility administratively and also criminally with the municipal code allows our officers discretionary flexibility.
Have you guys noticed what kind of usage is happening with e-bikes on Park Avenue where we have the bike lanes?
In regards to whether
So is it helping?
classification,
Yeah.
the educational component, I think slightly. I think the enforcement component will certainly pay dividends. The educational component is going to be really important as we roll this out there, but the enforcement component ultimately is going to pay dividends.
Got it. Thank you.
I just wondered, and appreciate your input, both of your input. It would be helpful, I think, for us to sort of get a check back on this. I don't know whether it's 6 months or a year or what, what would you think about that? Just sort of giving, when do you think you'd have some meaningful statistics to share back with us?
Relatively quickly. I think Tom can talk on statistical data, but I think it would be within reason to provide a 6 month update.
Yeah, once we get the ordinance in place and can actually start doing enforcement, then we'll be able to get realistic numbers back to the council. We have a very aggressive plan in place that we're going to implement as soon as the council approves this ordinance to start getting education out and start also doing enforcement. So that's something we've been working on. We're going to be coordinating with Orange County Parks and possibly the Sheriff's Department in the areas of our city that buffer the county parks and trails. So we have those things in plan, and hopefully we'll see some good results. But it is an education and enforcement component depending upon the individual and how receptive they are and how extreme the violation is. And also it includes how old they are. We're obviously going to treat a 30-year-old a little differently than we would a 12-year-old that's on the bikes. And that's what we really like about the ordinance as opposed to the vehicle code, is it allows us to bring the parents into the fold and take a little bit different action and plan of attack that can enhance that educational component for enforcement.
It might be useful to look at some stats after summer because you've got really different e-bike use, I think, during vacation months.
That's definitely, yeah, our e-bike issues are definitely different during the summer months than they are during the school months when the kids are using them to commute back and forth. But the violations are the same. Typically, it's the running stop signs, riding on the wrong side of the road, and not wearing helmets. Those things are all addressed in the municipal code as well as the vehicle code. And so we can take action in both worlds that will allow us that flexibility.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let's go to the public. Does anyone want to provide public comment on e-bikes this evening? No? Okay, we'll close public comment. Are any comments? No? I'll take a motion.
I'd move the recommended action and add one that just requests maybe approximately 6 months after the effective date of the ordinance that we get a report back from the police department.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So just for the public's edification, the effective date of the ordinance is roughly May 8th. So that's when enforcement would begin. We'd come back 6 months later. Thanks.
Okay, thank you both. Item 17, Councilmember Orville, you pulled this.
Yeah, I talked to Hallie and she had some really good questions regarding this. And Bob and I are on the Revenue Enhancement Committee together, and he's had some experience regarding this effort in the past. So I was going to ask him if he could give us a brief overview of what this includes with the grassroots education services.
Yeah, and I may ask Gavin to jump in here too, but this is a consultant that we had engaged last year in connection with the effort to consider a ballot proposition last summer, which ultimately the council decided not to place on the ballot. We've re-engaged, or we hope to re-engage. We have met with and hope to re-engage with this consultant who really has laid out a timeline that would take us from here to November 2026. I mean, part of the issue we had last time was we really didn't have enough time spent analyzing, as they explain it, sort of, what is the need? What is the community's thoughts about the need? What are the options for addressing that need in terms of revenue enhancement? And then ultimately you get in, if you want to continue, you get into polling. So Gavin, you may want to expand on that a little bit, but that I think is a lot of what they're going to be doing is sort of taking us through this process they've done in many, many communities where you engage the public, first articulate your need, engage the public, get feedback from the public, and then evolve it possibly into a ballot proposition for the next election.
Can I ask? Oh, go ahead. Is there a way for them to maybe, if they were to be engaged, to come up with a kind of a more specific plan and strategy that could maybe come to the council, just so we sort of see each step of the process and have a shared set of expectations of how this would move forward? Is that something that could happen?
Let's see what Gavin has to say.
Thank you, Mayor Renagi. Good evening, Council. Gavin Kern, Assistant City Manager. Yes. So they can come back with a plan. And just to elaborate a little more on what Councilman Whalen was saying, if you can see in the proposal, there's really about 3 phases. The first phase is to really understand and help us kind of go through that process of identifying revenues, looking at some things where what the city needs to try to use the revenues for, efficiency updates. And then the second phase of that is to then bring a plan together how to inform the community on what we're trying to do. And in that process, we can absolutely bring back that plan and that strategy to the council and re-update the timeline. And then once they do the updates to the community, then there's community surveys that help the council understand what the community is looking for, what maybe the council's or the community is interested in revenues and things like that going forward. But to answer your question, yes, we can absolutely bring something back.
Because I appreciate that, but I guess the only thing I would say is I feel like I talk to the community every day. I know what the community wants: public safety and infrastructure to deal with fire. And so I want to make sure that we're not just sending them on a loop and kind of just going through a process for the sake of a process when we could be really getting nailed down on what our goals are here. So maybe incorporating the scope of meetings with each of the council members could add value here. Because I want to make sure that we don't do this in a way where a month or two before where we're in the summer of 2026 and we haven't done our homework to adequately prepare the community if we want to move forward with something. I just want to make sure it's such a high, as we all know. So that'd be my only input, is that we don't just send them out, like we sometimes do with consultants, where they're just, doing a bunch of outreach for the sake of outreach, and then it comes back with an outcome that's not helpful to our goals. So that would be my only feedback on this, but I'm supportive of the action and appreciate the work of Mark and Bob on this.
I'm sure the consultant would be happy to brief any of the council members. There's a very detailed step-by-step. Dave was in a couple of the meetings with us too, and it's a methodical process they take you through to try to get you to a decision point. Yeah, that's not rushed and not haphazard, right?
Like last time.
So yeah.
Good. Sounds good. So do you want to make a comment, Hallie?
My questions that I shared with Mark earlier today were really around, what aspect of this, how critical is this? What aspect of this can we do internally? And your description of their expertise was really helpful, Bob. So thank you.
And let me ask one question. Is there any chance that we could just do, what if we wanted to do a special election state of emergency and say we need to underground things as soon as possible? Let's put a ballot measure on as soon as, call a special election. Is that something that we could do hypothetically?
You can ask your attorney.
So you can call a special election. You have to consolidate it with the existing elections for the most part. You could call your own municipal election. It is a lot of money to do that, to run your entirely own election. That typically you consolidate with the county, because they already have a process in place, you're working with them, and so the costs decrease. Another city that I can think of is running their own election, and I think it was like $250,000 or something like that.
Could we look at, as one of the options, whether we do it in, is it March, or I don't know which year if it's March or June, is that an option here?
If the money is for a specific project, what's the percentage required to pass such a measure?
Special taxes are a 2/3 approval.
Could you do a general tax during the primary ballot?
I think that general sales taxes, for example, have to go on on an election that it aligns with when the city council seats are up for election. Okay. But depending on if you were to do a general tax for a non-sales tax measure,
that potentially could.
Potentially you could. I'd have to research that further.
Well, you guys can look at those kinds of options and make sure that we're, if there's an opportunity where it could be viable, then we should look at that.
Yeah, good suggestion. We could do that.
Good. Want to make a motion?
Did you do the public?
Oh, so does anyone from the public want to speak on this item? Go ahead. Yeah.
Again. So unfortunately, when you were doing the consent calendar, I really wanted to pull number 16. And but somehow this gives me another bite at the apple, I think, because I think that the number 16, which has to do with undergrounding and widening the road and putting in all kinds of stuff in Laguna Canyon, to see the language to hire consultants, and I think the words are to inform. Well, the word that wasn't there was to understand what the citizenry would like to see, and I think that needs to be, part of a three-pronged effort, because otherwise, I'm going to sound disrespectful, but the citizens are not being afforded enough information for these things that are going to cost lots of money. And that's where that money's coming from, is from those citizens. And you will have a backlash if you put something on the ballot having to do with taxes if people aren't appreciating it. Now, Councilmember Whalen, I think at the time was mayor, there was an effort put forward for a sales tax for undergrounding and that sort of thing. And it failed, pretty badly. And while I think it's very important that the citizens have input on these consequential changes to our lives, and whether it's something as a short street like the promenade or a state highway, these things are going to affect everyone. And these are involving tens and maybe scores of millions of dollars. And I would ask you to keep that in mind, that our citizenry deserves to know. And unfortunately, we have limited local newspaper. We have a gentleman here from the Fourth Estate, from the Times Organization, but it's not enough. And so consultants are not there to just convince people that they ought to want something. I think you need to hear what it is, because the highway, we're talking $100 million, $150 million. I've actually heard from staff, and we're a little town, 22,000 people, don't have a highway department. So anyway, I think when you do that, you should keep that in mind. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you. Any other speakers on this item? No, we'll bring it back to the council. I'll just say this. I think that our residents want public safety. Fire is the #1 concern that I hear about. And so I'm very grateful that we're moving forward in a strategic way to make sure that we, prioritize the funding that we need, if we do in fact need it to keep this community safe, because there's nothing, the question is not if a wildfire happens, but when the next wildfire happens. And I think everyone up here, and elections have consequences. So it's good that we have a council that supports public safety, and I'm supportive of the effort and working with the citizens to make this, to get this important, to ensure that we invest in the critical infrastructure that saves lives. And I wish that in 2016, that measure, or 2018, that the sales tax passed. So
yeah, I don't know. It's a matter of perspective. I don't know if it failing badly is 47%, 46 or 47%. I mean, it was close. Needed 50 plus 1. I don't know if maybe Jacob wasn't in the room when I was explaining this item, but I mean, the purpose of the consultant here is to do, and it's very important to do what he says. I mean, you have to get community buy-in to efforts that you're undertaking and want to fund. Yep. And part of this effort will be to do that. With respect to Laguna Canyon Road, we're now on year 10 of community input. So I think we've had ample community input on that project, and there'll be more. But
at the end of the day, the residents want it to get done. Community input will not save lives. And
yeah, I think if you watched any of what went on in LA, if you watched anything went on in Paradise, it's 3 ways in, 3 ways out. Sound familiar? I mean, so we've got to get those lines underground out there. Anyway, I would move the recommended action here on item 17.
Okay, Sue has a comment.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment about communication. So as Bob said, we had a Laguna Canyon Road Task Force for 5 years. That thing was going on at least. And then we have workshops, we have town halls, we have committees, we have newsletters, we have videos. So, we do our very best to communicate. So, it's also incumbent upon residents to kind of keep your eyes open, because you just pay attention to what's going on in the city, because we try our best, but we can't go door to door and say, hey, we're having a town hall and such and such. I mean, we're trying to do our best here. But I can tell you what communication I've gotten since the fire, a lot of concerned residents. And that's why we're doing all this work, because it's the #1 thing that people are concerned about. And I've heard from so many people. We've had neighborhood meetings talk about communication, neighborhood meetings, Top of the World, Bluebird, 3 Arch Bay. So, this thing where we're not listening to the residents, I don't agree. So anyway, I just wanted to give you my perspective on that. And I'm glad we brought this forward.
And Sue, what you just mentioned, some of the items that you just talked about are actually on page 2 of the staff report. Yeah, and Dave, maybe you can mention some of the town halls and some of the public outreach in your biweekly letter that you do, just to make sure we get it to as many residents as we can.
Okay, so Bob, I think you made a motion.
Yep, I did.
And then Mark, you want to second it? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I think this is the last item on our consent calendar, which kind of turned into, was not really ultimately a consent calendar with all the items that we pulled, but this is item 20 that Hallie and I both pulled, which is related to real property reports. And I'll just introduce this item because I've been working on this. For those that don't know, Laguna Beach is unique in that we require a record of when you buy a property here, you have to get a real property report. And in the past, historically, these have been done in a very thoughtful and comprehensive way, where it gave you a lot of information about your property. In recent years, it's been more of a plug and play type situation where all the information that's on the real property report is either available online through the city GIS system or, at the city, or you can get it by, going to code enforcement and getting the information from them. And I've heard from so many different, realtors who've had issues with the way that this has worked because it can lead to delays, but it also just doesn't really give you the information. It doesn't solve, when you step back and look at what's the point of this regulation, the point of this regulation is to help inform buyers that Laguna is different than other places, right? And so you can't expect that, if your envelope's 2 stories, you can't expect that you can build it because we have view equity. And so really the goal here is we sat in the room with the real estate, with the realtors, we sat in the room with city staff, including our great, some of our great technicians, and we were able to sort of hear their insights. And I think I'm very pleased with this approach. I think that this approach is going to allow us to actually have a better real property disclosure that's going to give people the tools to figure out the information they need to make an informed decision about the property they're purchasing. It's going to take, less time out of city staff because they spend a lot of time working on these or fielding calls from a real estate agent who at the last minute is saying, oh, I need this to, close the deal. So we're going to be able to lower the price. I think it's a good victory in terms of with community development to address the backlog. I think we should look at anything that takes up time should be, unless there's a reason for why it's serving a public purpose, we should look at changing that regulation. So anyway, I think it was a great collaborative effort. I went into this thinking that we should make this a voluntary proposal, and I ultimately was convinced that it is important to have this real property disclosure. But I think that the way that we've come up with this, it's going to make staff's life easier, the real estate community's life easier, and most importantly, our residents' lives easier. So I will, unless, and I appreciate the work of Jane from the city attorney's office. Is there anyone from staff who wants to add anything on this, or is that did I do a good job of? Okay, so let's open public comment on this item, unless you guys have questions. Well, you can ask questions after. We'll do public comment.
Jesse, it's good to see
Hey,
you.
how are you? Mayor Renagi, council members, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Jesse Brosa. I am this year's president of the Laguna Board of Realtors, and happy for the opportunity to speak to this. I brought some letters. I don't know if they got passed around, but my apologies for not getting them to you sooner. It's tough building consensus on these things, and it was kind of last minute for us. But of course, we worked on it with Mayor Renagi and city staff, and we feel strongly that this is, we're perfect is the enemy of good, that this is good. And there could be more in it, but I think that we're really pleased with what we have here. And I think that, we will do our best on our end to educate our members and our agents about the changes, and that's what we do. But we're really looking forward, and we're happy with the outcome here. So I just wanted to get up here and thank you all for working on this. It's rare that we get to get up here and just say thanks as opposed to coming up here for some contentious issue. So really appreciate it. Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Well,
great.
thank you for all
you.
the great work on this.
Appreciate
It
it.
was
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mike Johnson. I have had the privilege of living here in Laguna Beach for more than 30 years, the privilege of helping people buy homes and sell homes here for about 2/3 of that time. And I just want to thank Mayor Renagi and also City Manager Kiff and all the staff that helped on this. I think what we're going to end up with is a much more valuable document that is something we can talk to as agents and counsel and educate our clients than what we currently have. And I think it's a win-win. It is should reduce the amount of time that is spent on it on the city side, And it should also give us a really valuable document to be able to tell people what is different about Laguna Beach and development. So thank you for everybody.
Well said. Okay, do any other members of the public want to weigh in on this? We will close public comment and bring it back to council. Any questions?
I just had one. First of all, thanks, Mayor, for bringing this. It sounds like it's it's well received by the real estate community and will save us time, which is terrific. So there's two places in the real property disclosure, I'm on actually pages 14 and 15, that, are situations where it says other records, that you can file a Public Records Act request, and then for general information, and then you could also for accessing code enforcement files, which is on page 15. Is there, Public Records Act requests are expensive and time consuming. Is there any hope or thought that the code enforcement, for example, would be online at some point?
That's the goal, is to be able to figure out how we can make the system where they're able to access it without, because there's some confidential information in the code enforcement where you can't just have like anyone accessing it. But that was one of the goals, was to just keep this as is for now, and people can always make an appointment too, which is I think the easier approach. And then, but going forward, if there's a way that we can leverage technology to be able to achieve the same goal, I think that would be ideal. But in the meantime, we went back, and this was an item that we went back and forth on. And ultimately, I think both staff and the realtors came to the conclusion that that a more informal approach, where you can, go to the counter and get this information, or do a public records request, would be the best process.
Thank you.
And if I could clarify, people don't have to do a public records request for most things on properties, because it should already be in the property file. So really, it's more the code enforcement type.
So everything else is available.
It should be, yes.
Exactly.
Well, I think you did a good job on this, Mayor, and I think we should save some time in community development. Maybe we can free up some of our resources to work on all the other important things you do. So I think this is a smart solution, and I'm glad you brought it forward. It's a good job.
I wanted to pull this item specifically because I think it's important for people to understand what they're purchasing. And, I was curious about how people were going to get access to that information. So this has been a really helpful discussion for me. Thank you.
I was hoping for harder questions with my staff report. Okay, good. Any other questions or comments from council on this item? No, okay, then I'll move the recommended action.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we're gonna take a, do you want to do a 10-minute break before we get to the next item? Does that work?
Dave, do you have any announcement prior to the next item?
If it's helpful to anybody in the audience. So the next item involves homelessness. And I just wanted to let folks know that the staff met, and obviously we've been hearing all the input from the public. I'm not going to recommend closing the ASL. That's not something we recommend. But I do.
That'll be the last time that we clap. We're gonna wave hands for the next one. Okay, no more clapping.
I do think it's important to talk about something, and that's to share some very specific concerns that I have, and I think many have. I don't think our shelter resources need to be the region's resources.
Here, so Dave, are we
gonna wait for that?
Are we gonna do break, or do we want to go into the item now? Yeah. No, we're gonna do a break, and then we're gonna.
We have been sitting, as everybody has, for 2 hours and 20 minutes. So, okay.
Okay. Thanks everyone for the patience with us throughout the evening. So we are going to hear item 21, a review of local policies and programs related to the provision of homeless services. So let's start with a staff report from our chief of police and our assistant city manager. And I don't know, Dave, do
I
you
was
want
going
to
to
kick
start,
us
Mr.
off?
Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
so
you.
let's
Thank
go
you
to
for
the
that,
city
though.
manager.
And then I'll ask both the police chief and Jeremy to participate too. As I mentioned, I don't think that closing the ASL is the best approach right now, and that is not something we'll be recommending. But I do think something is important to talk about and to share what we have or some very specific concerns. I don't think our shelter resources need to be the region's resources. We've already stepped up well, as Laguna knows. We're home to a youth shelter, the Friendship Shelter, and the ASL, which is over 70 beds, if my count is correct. And I worry that we genuinely can't afford to be anything but Laguna focused in the long term. Contrary to what an individual said earlier today, we're not flush with cash. I'm genuinely concerned. And why have this discussion now? I think part of our approach today is to be prepared for something we think is likely going to happen, and that is an increase of arrivals of unhoused residents from other areas that are heavier on enforcement than we are, and who don't have a shelter or a day program services. And I know Chief Calvert may let you know of his discussions with police chiefs in other cities where they're purposely ramping up their enforcement response without opening new beds. And those folks will be pushed somewhere. I don't want to be caught unawares, and I don't think other residents want us to be caught flat-footed either, as compassionate a community as we are. I also think there isn't a good reason that we should be the only entity in the region that provides an active day services program. And please know, I would be fine if we were one of many cities that did this. But other cities don't have it, and they likely won't add it following the Grants Pass decision. And it results in about 35 to 40 people per quarter who are either drawn here or directed here, possibly with no place to stay, and who may await local placement. And they're just being pushed away from other communities. So those are my concerns. I don't think we can become a regional draw as others push the unhoused out. And I say this as somebody who spent the last 3 years of my life, before I arrived here in May, running the homelessness community continuum of care in Sonoma County. So I think I come about it with a compassionate heart to people who are unhoused. So we are prepared to do a staff presentation. We also worked on a possible solution today to address the concerns that I raised and that would keep the ASL open. And I'm happy to talk to that either now or after hearing from council and others.
Why don't we just hear the staff presentation first?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Pull this up. Okay, I will try to be as brief as possible. There are 25 scintillating pages on the current status of the city's homeless programs. I'll try my best to summarize that report. So first off, why we're here, as has been mentioned tonight, the Grants Pass ruling has really changed the landscape, both legal and practical, for cities. Services that were a benefit now, through the lens of a municipal organization, can have a different long-term potential consequence, and we just need to consider that. We also have our ASL contract expiring at the end of this fiscal year, as well as our Be Well Mobile program, our mental health program. And so what I'd like to do is just quickly touch on the Be Well Mobile mental health, and then I'll pivot back over to the ASL. And we had a trial program that commenced August of 2023. The program is approximately $900,000 annually, and it provides 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. coverage of 2 crisis intervention specialists 7 days a week. This has been a positive service for the community. It's just cost prohibitive. So I have been working with Be Well, and Blair Contrado and her team has requested, she's here this evening, that the city consider waiting until May while they explore alternatives to their funding mechanisms and service models I'm really encouraged by those conversations and think that we could present something to the council that might be tenable in May. Just a quick summary now, back over to the alternative sleeping location. The overnight program is 30 beds plus 5 emergency beds. Now, that is a reduction from 40 beds and in the pre-COVID era. And there were some questions from the council and the community as to why we're seeing 30 today. And the reason is when we came out of COVID, the guidelines, as we started accepting new enrollments, there's new guidelines to congregate living shelter. We previously were 2 feet apart in space, and they recommended in a congregate living shelter that you go 3 or 4 feet apart. So we are, if you haven't been to the ASL, it's an open concept area. And so we opted to move to that space, and then also to keep the cots. We thought it's an opportunity to provide more dignity to our participants rather than with mats, sleeping on mats on the ground. So we've kept that for now, and that's with that footprint, we're at 30 beds with the 5 emergency beds. Our daytime program goes 12 to 3 p.m. daily, averages about 13 people a day. That's the statistic, I can't break it down between enrolled or not enrolled, but we probably could do that down the line if we wanted to. City's cost this fiscal year, $500,000. That's $436,000 go to the city or our contract with Friendship Shelter. But $100,000 of that thereabouts is the daytime program, and the remaining $300 and change is for the enrollment program. And then that $60,000 or so between the contract amount and the $500, that's for your maintenance, utilities, insurance, so on and so forth. Performance metric, the HUD metric is 30% housing. The ASL is 23% to permanent housing and another 17 to non-permanent locations, or a total of 279, people have been placed since 2019, and 2019 being the year that we went from our lottery to our housing-focused enrollment 30-day program. Here's our homeless program costs since fiscal year 10, essentially since the ASL opened. The costs are in blue. The funding or grants is in green. You can see we've had rising and falling costs over the years, largely due to COVID, reduction in staffing, and contracts, really subsidy contracts by Friendship Shelter with emergency solution grants. I do anticipate that our next contract will go up. Our expenses will increase. And unfortunately, with where we are right now, funding is uncertain. So we were planning on, not planning on federal funding coming through in the ways that it has in the past several years. We've seen these options in the report. I think given Dave's overview and what he shared, I'm going to skip this. And if there's any questions to the council, I can share specifics and why we see the beds or anything like that. But we could circle back if there's any questions there. Rather just quickly focusing on the daytime program. We do have a recommendation to close the daytime program for the reasons Dave mentioned. The program itself does provide showers, laundry, food, and daytime case management service to individuals experiencing homeless that aren't enrolled in the program. The program, it's a coordinated entry point or an open coordinated entry point, which basically it's a site that how an individual applies and wishing to end their homelessness or receive services signs up into coordinated entry, and that ostensibly starts their journey to ending their homelessness. If the daytime program is closed, we should seek to identify a new CE access point for individuals so that we don't lose that opportunity. If it does remain open, just from a financial perspective, just to give you some projections, we're probably looking at the daytime program going from that 100,000 figure to anywhere from about 250,000, 300,000.
Can I ask a quick question on that, Jeremy? So
Sure.
if you go back,
Yep.
the numbers, so like 31 at the bottom, what are those people, individuals who are not in the ASL at night, they're just as part of the day program or?
Thank you. That's a great question, and bringing me back to this graph. That's correct. That's an average over each quarter of unenrolled individuals enrolling in the daytime program, but not the overnight program.
So if you're in the overnight program, is your recommendation that so if let's say someone stays in the ASL overnight, if we accept the staff recommendation, would that mean that they would not be there during the day as well? Or is this closing it for people who are not sleeping at the ASL at night? What's the recommendation, I guess, is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, that's part of what would have to come back. Are we going to be a 24-hour shelter where people that are enrolled can stay on site? Or are we going to close each day at 10 a.m. and open up at 5 p.m.? That was when we originally started. We had a closed hours. So that will be ultimately a policy decision tied to funding or costing that we'd bring back.
So, but so the staff report indicates that the regional draw is from the daytime drop-in program. And so when you refer to that, are you referring to the component of the daytime program for people who are not sleeping at the ASL at night? Because I would imagine that if you sleep at the ASL at night, in a way, we would probably rather have them in the daytime program than, like, downtown, for example.
Correct.
Right. But so it sounds like, I'm just trying to understand the recommendation is based on the fact that it's a regional draw because people are like spending the night somewhere else and then coming to Laguna to go to the daytime program.
Yeah, and what you see in this grant, correct. These are theoretically 30-odd people coming from other jurisdictions or other areas to access the program that may not be here if that program doesn't exist. But to the other side of that coin, and I don't want to forget this point, is that we also, post grants pass, aren't seeing a significant increase yet. And the data does show that. So there are two sides to the coin to this data set.
Can I ask you another question? So Jeremy, it says program is an open coordinated entry point for services. So when people come for the day program, is there a coordinator there?
Yes.
Okay. And how long has the daytime program been in existence?
The program started in February of 2019 as part of a settlement agreement that we were required to stand up a pilot program.
Okay, so prior to that, for that item, the coordinated entry point, where do these people go?
It was a completely different program. It was an enrollment-based program. So theoretically, anywhere in town, outside of town, it would be anyone would arrive in the afternoon. And actually, you know what? I'm going to turn this answer over to Lieutenant Ferris because he was boots on the ground for this time of the ASL. Do you want to answer that one?
Somebody had to push the button. Okay. During that time, before the day program, if the ASL would close and people would sometimes loiter outside, sometimes they'd come downtown, sometimes they'd go to a different location. It was always kind of random where everybody would go.
So, Lieutenant, can you speak more about about the staff recommendation related to the daytime program? Just elaborate on what the rationale is. Or am I just messing up the presentation now? Okay, so we'll come. I'll wait. I'm looking forward to that answer. Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, and I would say I am going to, at the end of this report, turn it over to Chief Calvert with his comments where he speaks directly to that.
Good.
So a couple other things with our now going over to our enrollment program. When we talk about verification, this is done by the police department for local preference, and there needs to be a tie to you either lived in Laguna, you worked in Laguna, went to school here, or you're homeless for, I think, 18 months prior to 2009, not 19, pardon me. That's a typo up there. All those that don't qualify under the locals preference are then admitted using a vulnerability criteria. And what we look at the distribution today, about 15%, between 10 and 15% of enrolled participants have that locals verification. The average length of stay, the current cohort has a 216 days or 7 cycles of 30-day enrollments. So another one of the policy questions here, should a new contract limit the enrollment length?
I clarify, if you go back one slide, Jeremy.
Yep.
Is that 218 days over? So you're talking about an individual, right? Who is staying 218 days over the course of a year, over like total?
Since admittance, continuous.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Thank
that's continuous. And the question there is that, do we limit it? Is that efficiency, or is that the length it takes for people to connect with services and the availability of supportive housing?
Right.
And that's what we're looking at in determining that.
Okay, not to be dense, but go back. So one person could be there 7 30-day stay cycles?
The policy as written right now, there's no cap in renewing the 30-day cycle, so long as you are actively working towards ending your homelessness. So if you are engaged and you're taking the steps, you're working with your case manager and taking your steps to address whatever has led you to become homeless, be it drug, alcohol, mental health, or loss of income, and you're working through those, and then you're working to get into permanent supportive housing, sometimes you have your voucher and you've done all those steps, and then it's just a waiting game. And do we keep that person there and in a stable environment until that housing voucher or the housing opportunity opens up? Or do we release them and say, we'll give you a call? And that's...
So, but if we release them, wouldn't we just be putting them back on the street?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm trying to, why is it 218 days? Is it, I'm imagining it's because there's a lack of housing, but it seems like this is is this something that we've looked at? How do we bring down this number?
Yeah, I meet with Friendship Shelter staff regularly with Andrew back there who runs the program, and go through every other week, every one of these individuals. And if they're not working, they will exit somebody.
But what this number says is that on average, it takes almost a year for someone who is actively working to end their homelessness.
Sometimes
to
more.
Move on.
Sometimes
from
more.
the ASL.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Mayor, I'll wait for Chief Calvert, and then hopefully he can address the specifics of the daytime program. I'm almost done. This is the point in time count over the last 3 years. We can see that our sheltered and unsheltered has decreased from 2022. In 2024, we saw these figures, particularly the 46 unsheltered. It's staff's opinion that that's an overstated number for this community. And when we spoke to the county about it, they said they did a lot of estimating, and there is a margin of error across the entire county on that. So what we recommend as part of this process, and what we'll touch on in the end, is we should conduct a needs assessment to understand what our actual homeless numbers are to inform our policy decisions moving forward.
Can I ask a question, Jeff Calvert?
Yes, I was just about to say, I'm actually going to turn it over quickly for
Go ahead.
the law enforcement side. This is just a model that we've referred to, or that police department has developed in terms of kind of what works with or is consistent with regional staffing models. One of the things we are recommending is converting the homeless liaison officer to park rangers. From a fiscal perspective, we can get a lot more bang for our buck and a lot of versatility. We're not recommending that tonight. We'd want to provide this to the council, to the community, to understand that we're looking at this model, and if it fits within the priorities of the organization during the budget process, we'd make the recommendation then. As far as the operational benefits and everything, I will stop talking and turn it over to Chief Calvert now. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Jeff Calvert, your police chief. Homelessness remains a persistent and multifaceted issue in California, with our state continuing to grapple with one of the highest rates in the nation. Despite allocating $24 billion over the last 5 years, California still has an estimated 171,000 individuals experiencing homelessness, which accounts for approximately 30% of the nation's total homeless population. In 2009, we established the Alternative Sleeping Location, which is referred to as the ASL, which quickly became a gold standard for managing homelessness in our region. This facility not only provided a vital wraparound services for individuals experiencing homelessness, but also granted us the legal authority to enforce anti-camping laws against those who refused available services. Our ASL model became a benchmark in Orange County. Lieutenant Jason Ferris, sitting next to me tonight, is one of Orange County's first homeless liaison officers and has become a state expert in managing homelessness. His approach balances the provision of social services with necessary enforcement, ensuring that immediate needs and long-term solutions are addressed effectively. The County of Orange is divided into 3 service planning areas. They're called SPAs. north, central, and south. While the north and central spas have established county-funded shelters, the south spa, which includes our city, currently lacks a dedicated shelter. As a result, our city remains the only one in the south spa to provide a designated sleeping location for homeless individuals. Neighboring cities such as San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano, Laguna Niguel, Dana Point, Rancho Santa Margarita, Laguna Woods, Lake Forest, Mission Viejo, Laguna Hills, Aliso Viejo, and unincorporated areas like Coto de Caza, as well as Irvine, do not have shelters and fall within the South Spa. The U.S. Supreme Court's grants pass decision in June 2024 significantly altered the landscape of homelessness management. This ruling granted local authorities the power to enforce anti-camping laws without requiring a designated sleeping location. This decision has profound implications for our community as it levels the playing field for enforcement across cities and counties. Since October 2024, our park rangers have documented over 50 new homeless individuals entering our community. Through interviews, we learned that many of these individuals were directed to our ASL by neighboring cities, rehabilitation centers, social service agencies, and organizations like CityNet and Telecare. Word of our ASL services is clearly spreading, leading to an influx of homeless individuals from surrounding areas. Furthermore, since the grants pass ruling, both proactive and reactive enforcement calls have increased by 54% at the ASL and over 30% in the surrounding area. This surge is placing a strain on our resources. Most disturbing is that a homeless suspect ignited 2 wildfires near the Aliso and Woods Canyons in January. Thankfully, community members acted quickly to extinguish both of them. OCFA is actively investigating that case. Prior to the grants pass decision, we had 2 homeless liaison officers, HLOs, dedicated to addressing homelessness. However, after contracting with Be Well OC in August 2023, we reassigned one of those positions to a motor officer to increase our traffic enforcement. Our remaining HLO has been on long-term leave, leaving our park rangers to manage HLO duties in addition to their regular responsibilities. While our park rangers have done an exceptional job in cleaning up encampments, enforcing anti-camping laws, and maintaining a visible presence at the ASL, I'm concerned that they're becoming overburdened. Their primary mission is to ensure the quality of life and address crime in our parks and beaches, and we are approaching the busy summer season. Diverting their attention to homelessness-related duties risks compromising their effectiveness in these other areas. I spoke with the police chief in Newport Beach, and he recently received approval from the city council to increase his HLOs from 1 to 4, and police chief in Huntington Beach plans to increase his HLOs from 4 to 6 with a dedicated supervisor to address their homeless impacts. This issue is both politically sensitive and legally complex. However, we cannot allow the ASL to become a regional facility where neighboring cities send their homeless populations. The increasing number of individuals arriving here, combined with the rising calls for service at both the ASL and surrounding areas, underscores the growing challenge we face. In conclusion, our mission remains to be the safest coastal community in Orange County through exceptional policing and community engagement. Whatever decision is made, I'm confident that it'll be in the best interest of our community and public safety. Lieutenant Ferris, Jeremy, and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chief Calvert. So I'll start with a question. So the 54% increase in calls to the ASL, is that cumulatively, or is that specific to the day or at night? Do you see any trends one way or another that could be indicative of a broader trend?
It's an aggregate. So it's both proactive foot patrols, enforcement, and also reactive calls to the shelter through our dispatch center.
And then to follow up on my question earlier about the day program, could you sort of provide your perspective on the recommendation about how to proceed with that?
I'm going to turn it over to Jason, but
Okay.
my recommendation is that the day program is a regional draw. Our park rangers have interviewed the people that are entering our city and they are seeking these services that are being provided at the ASL
During the day.
during the day program.
And then they go somewhere else to another city at night,
No.
or in our city at night.
So they're, well, they could be leaving the city, but our park rangers have been finding encampments in and around the ASL, but they're going somewhere.
Got it. Do you want to add it? Or, okay, good. Thank you. That's helpful.
I would agree. The day program is what attracts non-client homeless to the ASL. And they'll take them in during the day and provide services. And then in the evening, they do not have a bed there. So it's up to them to find where they need to go.
Got it. And then so the question is, there's a couple options. One is they'd go somewhere outside in Laguna Beach, or they would go, to another shelter elsewhere, but they probably wouldn't be, unfortunately, they wouldn't, if they had another place to be in another city, they wouldn't be coming here during the day, right? So basically what you're saying is that that's causing them to stay here at night.
The only requirement is they're no longer on the property.
Got it.
So where they go is up to them.
I see. Thank you. Sue?
Yeah, I was just wondering, from your observations anecdotally, so we do this point in time count, every year with the county? It's coordinated with the county. And I saw on the bar chart for this year, we had 46 or something.
I'm a good counter.
You're a counter, yeah, I know. Do you think that jives with what you're seeing? What are you seeing like when you're out, you guys? Does it jive with what you're seeing? Because the reason I ask is earlier this year, so I walk around downtown all the time, and you get used to seeing the homeless people who you know who they are. But I saw a lot of people I didn't recognize, like in the first quarter or the end of last year, and I just wondered what you thought about that.
Following Grants Pass, I have seen a lot of new homeless faces in the downtown area.
You mentioned that our surrounding cities are increasing the number of HOAs. So that just means enforcement. They're dealing with them. And I suspect, or can you tell me where you think what they're doing with them if they're increasing enforcement?
They're taking an enforcement heavy approach. They're adding homeless liaison officers, like Newport Beach went from 1 to 4. Newport Beach has a dedicated shelter in Costa Mesa that they contract with. And they noticed the homeless in their community, and now they're pushing them out.
And you suspect possibly that they're being pushed out to our facility?
I don't suspect. I know that some of them are coming to Laguna, have come to Laguna.
And are they the proposed rangers, the 4 rangers, would they specifically be limited to homeless management?
That's the idea. Is that we have 4 dedicated rangers. They wear all the same equipment as a police officer. You've heard this from me before, minus the handgun. And we have 2 on the front half of the week and 2 on the back half of the week. So we have 7-day a week coverage with 4 park rangers, and they become experts like Lieutenant Ferris in this field, and helping them to get into social services, but also balancing if they're service resistant and they're causing crime and quality of life issues in our community, that we're doing enforcement.
Thank you.
One of the things that I always appreciated about you, Lieutenant Ferris, is I knew that you personally knew these individuals who were in our community and experiencing homelessness, and we're familiar with them as human beings. And I just want to say, I think it would be really important that these rangers approach the situation the same way. Can you share a little bit about what kind of training you would anticipate getting those rangers in terms of like crisis response and de-escalating situations, et cetera?
I'm going to turn it over to my de-escalation instructor to talk about that.
There's various trainings out there, but there's the 5-day CIT course, the crisis intervention course. There's a mental health decision-making course offered through Cal State Long Beach. Actually travel the state, do training, and I train them. There's a 5-day de-escalation course. There's a number of courses out there that we would require. We actually do have the current rangers attending, but those 4 specifically would. And then there's a post-qualified homeless course also. There's a number of courses out there for them, and they would be required to go to those.
Thank you.
And the Rangers, they took this on and they're enthusiastic about it. They've been doing an outstanding job, but my concern is the summer impacts, and they're pulled in different directions, and we have mission creep where, they're not focused in on their mission.
Other questions?
Yeah. I have a question for Dave. I don't know if you know the answer to this, Dave, but so Jeff talked about the north and the central spas and how they have shelters, and we don't have a shelter other than ours. So what do you think about that?
I know that folks like Katrina Foley are trying to encourage other jurisdictions as well as the county itself to establish a shelter in the South Spa. When I left Orange County in 2018, they were also trying. So that was 7 years ago, and still haven't made any progress. So Supervisor Foley again was reiterating that nothing is in the cards right now, but again, they're trying.
Okay, are there any other questions for staff at this point? So we have a lot of, Don, do you want to speak first? Would that be a helpful way to start this? And then let's hear from Don, and then we'll go to the public. And I think we might have to, so anyway, let's just start with Don, and do we have questions for Don at this point? Or Don, do you want to say anything? And then we'll go to questions, and then we're going to open up to the public.
I would invite our Director of Programs, Mia Ferrero, to be here too, because she's more attuned to the workings of the program and the data. But I had prepared stuff that I'm throwing out the window because we weren't prepared for some of these statements about on the enforcement side, and some of the questions you've asked that create assumptions that I'd just like to dispel. And one of the first ones I want to talk about is when we see new people, we think that's a +1 to our homeless population, and over time. And we have people you all remember and we've seen for years. And so then when it's common, I do it too. Oh, that's new people and that must be extra. I want you to remember we've housed hundreds of people during the life of the ASL. Since 2019 alone, it's been almost 300, but we housed people before that too. And a lot of those faces that we were used to seeing all the time are in housing. And last year, and many of them, most of them are in our housing programs. And last year, we achieved an unbelievable statistic in that 100% of the people that we had in our housing stayed in our housing that whole year. So we are wrapping services around so tightly that we are losing very few people. Over the last 5 years, it's been between 95 and 100 this year. It will probably not reach 100 next year. That's part of that is luck, but we are very good at keeping people housed. And that's why you see new people and you notice new people, because the people you're used to seeing are in their own home now. So I want to make sure that's clear. We're a little bit between a rock and a hard place, and I blame no one for this. You're contemplating an RFP, and that places Jeremy and Dave in a situation where we can't consult and problem solve on this stuff right now because you're about to put a RFP out. But I'm thinking back to the days, and Jason was there. Lieutenant Ferris was there, sorry. We go back a while, where we would meet in the meeting room over here, and there'd be city council members there, the city manager's office would be there, PD would be there, parks would be there, and we would talk about what are we facing together. And we would not always agree because we draw our lines in different places, and we have different ultimate objectives sometimes. Our objective is not enforcement. but it is partly public safety. It is, we have to take a great deal of responsibility for our role in the community. We all remember what Heisler Park looked like in 2009 in the summer. And we worked together to come up with the ASL as a plan. When the lawyers were telling us, I remember specifically one meeting, all you need to comply with this lawsuit is a gravel parking lot where people can camp. None of us were okay with that, and we came up with this ASL model, and it's been successful. And overnight, the day we opened that program, overnight, we cleaned that park out. That took a lot of planning and execution. That was not just Friendship Shelter. That was the PD. That was volunteers that were serving meals that now serve meals in our shelter. We save $105,000 a year because volunteers bring nightly meals to our shelter. So it's been a community effort, and it has been very successful. Something else about that first night, I looked back, we used to keep it all in an Excel spreadsheet, and I found the Excel spreadsheet and looked at the month of November 2009, how many people qualified as local. Of the people staying in the shelter the first month it was open, it was under 20%. And that's where we find ourselves today. Now, some of those people were pending because the PD hadn't gotten around to figuring out, it was a lot of people to try to figure out who was local, and sometimes hard to prove. But even if you took all the pending, it was still under 30% that were local on day one. So this is not a new thing that we serve people who don't qualify as local. And the other thing I want to dispel is what that means. The locals definition includes a very outdated component, and that's that you had to be local, you had to be somehow on record of being homeless 18 months prior to the opening of the ASL in November of 2009. So today, that's a long, long, long time ago. It seems like a problem-solving move we could take is to redefine what we mean by local, because don't you want someone who's being an issue for the police over a period of time to be considered local so they can have priority to come into the shelter and let us work with them, let us help give them hope so that their behaviors can change and so they can get the help they need. Those are the kinds of problem solving we wish we were doing. We understand why, but it's very frustrating for our team. And that's why I threw out my notes, and I'm inviting others to do the same, because I know we've been kind of vibrating over some of the things that have been said. I just want to look down quickly and see if there's anything else. Wanted to talk about the housing, we've done that. I also want to encourage you to ask for help from the Office of Care Coordination at the county if you can't ask us, because they know how this is working in other shelters. And I know they took a step at this last point in time count of a whole paragraph in their report going to why people wait so long in shelter. And that 7 months, it wasn't a year, it was 7 months that people are staying before being housed. That time frame is based almost solely on how many housing placements we can make in a year, how many housing is opening up. We're very good, our team is very good at getting people first in line, and across our organization, when San Juan Capistrano's 35 or so beds opened up, 21 of them went to people that Friendship Shelter had put on the coordinated entry list, including, I think, one or two, one from the ASL, but others from the day program. We house people out of the day program. We house people out of outreach and our other shelter as well. So when those opportunities come onto the coordinated entry system for placements, we have people in line, we have people document ready. But the county is now reporting at its Yale shelter, these are how many people are document ready and just waiting for housing. So it's a system-wide problem. This is not an ASL problem. This is a system-wide problem. I want to be sure you know that too. I'll stop there and we'll answer your questions. I will probably quickly defer to some of our team, but did you have anything you wanted to dispel first? Is that okay?
Or I have a question, unless
Yeah.
you want to go. So the chief mentioned that we have a 54% increase in calls at the ASL. Is that what you're seeing on the ground? And if so, what would you attribute that to?
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up because he did mention that it was partially proactive, about sending people out. So that's not really,
I go to them.
that's not really responses. It sounds like there were some proactive assignments. I don't think, he did mention that we've lost the HLO and the history, and Lieutenant Ferris could speak to this, is when we have a strong HLO working with the ASL, we have a lot less calls for service. There's a good working relationship, and we know that the recent loss of our HLO and the decrease in that ongoing relationship, I think they've been sending out the rangers, and so I don't know if that's the proactive, what he's talking about, the 54%. Maybe you could clarify.
Well, but it sounds like whether it's proactive or reactive, it sounds like there's more criminal behavior than before. Are you disputing that?
I don't have, I mean, I think they could do some historical data for us to see, because there's been times when the police were out there every day 5 years ago. So I don't know if it's more what it's compared to. I would want to see that in a graph or a table.
Yeah, we did have that discussion in preparation for our presentation, and our program manager is here tonight too, Andrew, and was saying that, we maybe call police out to assist staff on more of a couple times a month, if that. So if we're other thing I would say is if there are calls to the ASL area, they may not be coming from us. But we would know about it, because if a police officer is responding, we would know about that.
So in your view, there's no sort of change that you can discern over the past today compared to 2 years ago in terms from a public safety perspective? Because I
Runs the program, so I'm gonna let him answer that.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Andrew. So how it used to happen was having an HLO. I had an established relationship with him, so I didn't have to call 911. I could coordinate efforts and dispel issues that would arise and not have to call out to PD. Without an HLO, it caused issues and delay, right? Before I can just call Officer Oblea and say, hey, there might be an issue. Can you just have a presence here in case there's something? Or I suspect this, and we can coordinate. Without that, I have to go through 911 or non-emergency.
It sounds like that's the same data point though, right? Wouldn't that be the same data point, whether you're calling Zach on the phone? I think that's a proactive, that's a call for service. So, right, let's just confirm that. So we have a shared set of facts. Is that accurate, Chief?
That's correct. So when the officer goes out at the ASL, they'll put themselves on foot.
Yep.
So that's going to be documented in our CAD system.
It doesn't matter if it's picking up the cell phone and calling someone or calling 911.
We may not have all the details if he's calling directly to the officer, but if they're calling 911, we're going to have more information. But if they're calling directly to the HLO, the HLO will put themselves on foot at the location. And it'll be documented in our CAD system.
I think what we'd like to see is whether there was a call requested or a stop by that the person did on their own. That would be helpful.
Well, it seems to me there's just a really basic question that the mayor is trying to get to, which is there truly an increase in calls at the ASL? And, I'm hearing from you, Chief, that you guys are seeing that increase in a need for police at the ASL. And I really hear what you guys are saying, that, without a HLO, currently with our current HLO on leave, it makes it harder to prevent those kinds of problems from coming up. But I think that the mayor's question is a valid one.
There's still it sounds like, I think there needs to be more collaboration overall in it. And, we don't need to have this sort of us versus them approach. Our goal, we all have the same goal of getting street exits and advancing public safety in our community. That's all I care about. And so, in terms of because I think with the 54% to me, it goes directly to this argument about, so can you, the argument about the day program, do you think does that lead to more people camping in Laguna Beach because of the day program, or address that argument?
One thing I'd say about that is that we did look at our data, and a large number of the people that use the day program use it 1 to 3 days for a very short period of time. They're not coming back every day. And so that would indicate to me that that's not someone who's still sleeping nearby and needing a shower. But we don't know where people go. That's not our job. So we do have to rely on the police for that information. All I can tell you is we do have data that they don't keep coming back.
But I'd imagine you would talk to, it's like you would have a conversation, right? So what are you hearing at the ground level? Where are they staying at night?
Sure. I mean, we don't know for certain, but some people are in their cars and they're not staying in the city, or they're hiding in the city. That's definitely happening. I think one of the things that I wanted to mention is that what we're seeing in the data for the day program, we aren't seeing an increase. If you look at the data that Jeremy shared, we're not seeing an increase. So if people were coming to Laguna for the services as what's being presented, we would, theoretically see an increase in services at the ASL. We'd see more people at the day program, right? If people are coming because of Grants Pass or coming in general because people are telling them to come here, we would see increased numbers, and we're not seeing increased numbers. So that I just want to dispel that myth here, right? I mean, there may be, and it may happen, right? But our numbers reporting at the day program, people coming, is not showing an increase in people seeking services.
Get a quick, oh, go ahead.
It's 30% of the individuals who come to day program do not return. So that means if they came today, after 90 days, we are exiting them out of our internal system. So that means if you came today and you didn't come back for 90 days, you're gone. And that's 30% of the individuals coming in to drop in. So they're not staying around the city. They're leaving. Most of them are coming by to just get food and basic needs to get to where they need to go. So that number is, it's almost half. So they're not necessarily hanging around, or to our knowledge.
So Don, you have 30 beds at the rental shelter?
We have 30 beds at the ASL, or are you talking about the Coast Highway?
Coast Highway.
That's our bridge housing program.
Right.
There's 30 beds there, 35 at the ASL.
Are you typically full there on Coast Highway?
Typically full at both shelters.
Okay. And then the 5 emergency beds, how often do you guys use those?
Very rarely.
Okay. Okay.
Any other questions from council? No. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, who wants to speak on this item? Okay, so what we're going to do is, what do we think? Yeah, so I think I'm going to do a minute and a half, and so let's do a minute and a half and no clapping. And because I mean, it really is important that we don't clap, because our goal is to have a space where, everyone can provide their opinion without, so wave your hands if you want to clap. So anyway, go ahead.
Great.
90 seconds.
Thank you so much for having us and listening today. The one thing I wanted to bring up was the report lists 3 things that are needed: the financial, legal, and community impacts. And we haven't really talked about the community impacts. And so I want to just remind people about the public health risks. If we close down the day program, if we reduce the number of beds at the shelter, before the shelter opened, there were homeless people in Laguna. So there will be homeless people in Laguna. So how will that impact the community? It could impact, it'll be unsafe for the residents, unsanitary living conditions. It'll put a strain on our emergency services, right? Where are the Ranger's going to tell people to go if there is no place to send them, right? There's economic and business impacts, right? The absence of the ASL leads to an increase in visible homelessness in public spaces, which can affect local businesses. We haven't heard anything from the businesses. We usually always hear when there's a problem downtown with people are, bothering businesses. We haven't heard anything. We haven't gotten any reports from the city. We usually get those reports when there's people who are impacting. Okay. Let's see. Also, this idea of social service coordination, what the day program provides is we do house people from the day program. It is a way to get people into the shelter and a way to provide those much needed services like mental health care, addiction treatment. And then the last thing I'll say is that Laguna Beach's community commitment to supporting its most vulnerable members has been in this shelter. They've been proud of it. We've been proud to be a partner and serving it as a model to other communities. And I just want you to consider keeping it the same.
Thank you for your time. I just want to first start off with knowing that this decision is not an easy one. There's no illusion in thinking whatever happens is going to be something that's going to make everyone happy. But I think we can all agree that the decision needs to be made in unity and collaboration. And I think we all know with those two things being considered, the outcome will be better. The individuals that I see, I've worked in LA County and Orange County for many years, are very vulnerable. And we have to consider where is that woman fleeing her husband who beat her going to go? Where is that woman who was left behind a bank when it was raining and shivering? Where is she going to go? Are the veterans that served our country who were scammed out of $80,000, where are they going to go? If we close or minimize the shelter, those are the people we need to consider.
Hi, I'll move to the short version. Hi, I'm Rick Scott, and I've been a resident of Laguna Beach for over 30 years. And I also have worked for the Friendship Shelter for 17 years and currently the CLL. First, I just want to thank you, the city, for supporting a community that has always cared for individuals experiencing homelessness, something I've been so proud of. I first noticed this when I came to lifeguard in the city at age of 16 in 1981 as a rookie guard at Main Beach. And the beaches beneath Heisler, I noticed unhoused individuals then throughout my day. But what surprised me most was the community responded with love and fostered inclusivity. We have, I believe wholeheartedly that the ASL should continue. It's a critical part of our system of care to end homelessness, and it has a positive impact on the resident and business communities. We have always had homelessness in our beautiful town. It's cyclical, with an increase in the summer months, just like tourism. Ticketing and enforcement will not solve homelessness. It will not find people a place to call home. It will make homelessness more visible, move the problem to our jails, and cause more trauma to unhoused individuals. All of this will be a more expense to the public. This is not a community that we have been, nor is it the community we should become. I understand that addressing homelessness is a complicated issue, and there are valid concerns on all sides. But law enforcement is not the answer, morally or effectively. Lastly, we should not make policy decisions based on assumptions. The report provided is unsubstantiated. The report fails to identify a real present problem. I'll just skip. The community has always strived to do the right thing, even when we don't have to. Let's not abandon that now.
Good evening, council members. My name is John Dombrink. I live here in town, have for the last 31 years. I lived a couple of years in South Laguna, but it was unincorporated county at that time. I've worked as a volunteer bringing meals to the ASL for 15 years, first as part of a group with some friends, and then contemporary with a group of friends Kirk Andrews leads our men's group. And in my interactions with the staff over that time with Friendship Shelter, it has done a great job. When I first came here from the Bay Area in 1982, I volunteered at Share Ourselves in Costa Mesa, later on the board there. I was on the 1985 Coalition on the Homeless. We did a survey for them of opportunities for a living, and not great. For that, we got to meet with the county commissioners and so forth. I understand from the mayor's emphasis that collaboration is part of the deal and is an important part with the police who have valid concerns. And this is a collaborative effort. I wish other cities were equally collaborative. Anyway, I fully support the current effort that they have there, and in your learned hands, figure out the difference between the day and the night programs. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Cindy Campbell, and I've been a resident of Laguna Beach for 50 years.
And I have also been volunteering ever since I retired from my social work job, working for Human Options, which I know some of you may remember was part of Laguna Beach, volunteering in the homeless community. I recently, for the last 3 to 4 years, have been coordinating the cold weather shelter here in Laguna Beach with the Interfaith Council. And we've been providing beds when the weather is 45 degrees or colder, or 65% chance of rain. In the last 3 years, we have not seen any change in the amount. We've had the average of 15 guests each night that we've been open. It has not changed in the last 3 years. So I don't see the impact that you're talking about of bringing new people into the city. If people are coming to the day program, if it's rain and cold, they're not coming to our cold weather shelter that is offered at the churches in our local community here. So I don't see the impact there. I hate to see our city, as a very compassionate city, be turned over to a police situation dealing with the homeless. I don't think that's a compassionate resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, you guys. I'm Mary Carter, and I've been here for 60 years. And we have always had homeless in our community. I'm here to ask you to please keep our ASL open in the daytime. When it wasn't open in the daytime, everybody went downtown. Allow them to have a shower or a meal. And if they come from another town, they still need a shower or a meal. It's in the history of the ASL, when people didn't want us to open it, they used the excuse that it would be a magnet. So that's an old tale. So let's keep it open. And I got some numbers from United Way. They said there were 30 to 40 people using it in the daytime. I don't know if that's true or not, but we don't want to see a reduction in beds either. Thank you. Looking forward to your vote.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Randall. I am the community service coordinator for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints here in Laguna Beach. We work with the ASL. We prepare meals. We give them gifts at Christmas time. And all I have to say is the people there are very grateful for any of our efforts. I also want to mention that the people at the Friendship Shelter, who I guess are your partners in this endeavor, although you control it here at the city, they have been very responsive. I think very highly of them. And a lot of our members make donations to the Friendship Shelter. So we're in effect a minority partner in this whole endeavor, as many other people are. I have one observation about the day program. Well, first of all, we fully support the Friendship Shelter's recommendation. I've read both the report, the staff report that Jeremy referred to, and the Friendship Shelter rebuttal, and we support that 100%. One other comment very quickly. On the day program, the number of 250,000 as the cost annually seems to me to be very high. You have a budget of $1 million a year. 250 sounds very high. So I would suggest someone drill down on those numbers, because there are a lot of ways of playing with cost accounting. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Miranda, and I help run the day program. And I'm here to say a lot of people who utilize the service will come from other cities in South County just to shower. They're working somewhere in a different city, Lake Forest, San Clemente, Dana Point. They just come here to utilize that service so that they can take care of their needs to save for those things. A lot of people, they'll save money to go back to another state where they have family. I would hate to see people lose that opportunity. You know, there are locals who don't like the idea of being in a shelter. They have their vehicle. they utilize the day program. You know, I would hate to see them lose that opportunity. Giving people a place where they have hope, they can be safe, they can take a shower, wash their clothes, get food. Other cities aren't doing this. That's so horrible. Shutting down a place where they can do this is sad. And I should mention, I was homeless when I first came to Laguna Beach. I was homeless, and I found the Friendship Shelter, and they gave me the hope for opportunity to change my life, and I did. And now I work there, and I would hate to see people lose the opportunity to have that change and to have that hope. So thank you.
Thank you.
Let's face it, we need to close down the shelter during the day. There's no need for that shelter here. We need to close the Friendship Shelter down. We don't need it anymore. In 2008, we were forced into it by a lawsuit that was fueled by a lot of the homeless advocates that are in this room right now, and we did what we had to do. In 2018, we took another approach, which was to go after the hospital, which was taking in all of the people from our surrounding communities that were coming in from San Clemente, from Dana Point, Newport Beach, the OC Sheriff, the OC Fire Department. Jeff Calvert was the guy that stood up to them and told them enough is enough. So that's how we stemmed all of the homeless people that were coming into this community. So the successes that we have as a community right now, where we can say we have a good handle on our homeless community, did not come from the Friendship Shelter. They came despite the Friendship Shelter. They came as a result of effective policing and a community that said we have compassion, but we also have compassion for the 23,000 residents that live in this community. The mother that wants to walk by the beach with her stroller, the family that wants to drop off their children downtown on a Friday night, the business owner that wants to have a business where his female employees can go to the bank during the day. In 2018, our town looked like a zombie movie, and today it looks much better, but we are in threat of seeing a lot more homeless people coming into this community as a result of the Newport Beaches of the world, and these people that they're hiring, these so-called helpful people for the homeless. They're not there to help the homeless. They're there to crack down and send them here. So let's be realistic about all of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, that's a good follow-up for that. Hi, good evening. My name is Madeline Shirley. I was born and raised here in Laguna Beach, and I have the privilege of working at the Friendship Shelter for the last 2.5 years. When asked why I work at the Friendship Shelter, my answer has always been the same. I love my hometown. I love this community, and I'm deeply committed to caring for the people that make it so special. In my time at the Friendship Shelter, I've had the incredible opportunity to watch our most vulnerable neighbors transform. People I've seen on the streets transition from the street to shelter and eventually permanent housing. This would not be possible without the life-changing support that Friendship Shelter provides. It's a place that offers hope, dignity, and a fresh start. And that's exactly what Laguna Beach should be standing for. Growing up here, I knew the ASL is a place that was safe for folks to go, even if it was just for a night. The ASL has been a lifeline for so many, and it continues to demonstrate a profound and ongoing need for our most vulnerable neighbors. It is a blessing to have a place to go, to just simply exist, and it is a blessing that some of us take for granted. The ASL, and by extension, the day program, provides our neighbors with a few hours a day where they can be seen, heard, and treated as human beings. This is not easy work. It has been emotionally and physically exhausting, but it is such important work, and it truly matters. So I urge you to please keep the ASL and the day program exactly as they are. These programs are so important and essential for helping our unhoused neighbors rebuild their lives. We all benefit from having the ASL here. The ASL is a shining example of shelters done right. Laguna Beach and the Friendship Shelter should be have been leaders in this effort, and that is something we should all be proud of. This is our home, and I truly believe that as a community, we must keep Laguna Beach compassionate. Thank you for your time and for your commitment to keeping Laguna a place we can all be proud of, and let's continue this important work together.
Hi, I'm Heidi Miller. I'm a 45-year business owner in downtown district and a 45-year homeowner and resident. And I'm thankful for the homeless resources that we have in this town. It's been decades long, very appreciative. 20 years ago, there were blue tarps with homeless on the main beach. Not attractive, but not as what we see today with some of our homeless population. I've worked with the unhoused for decades, all positive, but it's different in today's world. I'd like to give a different perspective on the homeless here in Laguna Beach, if you don't mind. While I'm 100% sympathetic to the needs of the unhoused, there are some serious issues that need to be addressed. Many of our unhoused have cost retailers thousands of dollars in lost damages and merchandise. Just this week, I had a homeless man threaten me, stealing a sweater off a mannequin and threatening people that were outside my front door. Just yesterday, I had a homeless verbally attacking me, customers out front of the store, and ran into PCH, swerving and causing difficult problems. It's a difficult situation. Empty storefronts become unhoused sleeping locations. There's got to be a better way, and these occurrences are ongoing. Lots of new homelessness in the last few months also. The ASL houses about 10% locals, which we talked about, yet there's so many disturbances. Why does Laguna Beach bear this alone? Prior to 2009, we didn't have as many problems with theft and abuse. I'm just hoping that we're the only homeless shelter in South Orange County. And what can we do, all of us working together, to manage this continuing problem? Thank you for your time.
Hello, I'm Ginger Osborne, and a longtime server or cooker of meals at the shelter. And I have been so proud of our city to think that for 7 nights a week, every day since 2009, our community has provided free meals to people in the ASL. And it's a reflection of our values of compassion for those less fortunate. I'm very concerned with the new ruling, I guess it's Grants Pass, that we I don't know what happens to people who, when we break up a camp, are they sent to jail? You know, what are they moved on? What happens to them? It's not their fault that they don't have a place to live. And so if we can serve a small portion of those individuals, I am all for it. And I'm very concerned about what I would regard as very cruel treatment. And I'm sure that it's done with respect, but you know, what's the solution? At least the Friendship Shelter is trying to provide a solution to the problem. And I support their work with this.
Good evening, Council. Ketta Brown. I was quite taken aback when alerted to this agenda item. I had to ask why. What's happened that I'm unaware of? I've fed the guests of the ASL nearly 180 meals over the past 15 years. I began in 2009 with my Tuesday Presbyterian group and have continued ever since. I've watched as this shelter has evolved from a nascent overnight haven to its current incarnation, providing a full range of services to aid those in need. As a sitting board member of the Friendship Shelter for the past 6 years, I watched as the ASL pivoted during the COVID crisis. The model was tweaked, but still provided care and balanced that with concern for the safety and well-being of our staff. I would honestly say that this period allowed the professionals at the shelter to hone their services to more fully match the prevailing needs. I understand the council must be fiscally prudent, but the benefits from the ASL programs far outweigh the costs. There is also the cost of our own communal conscience. Are we to be like so many other neighborhoods in South Orange County and turn our collective backs on our fellow citizens, or will we continue to be the light of hope and promise? In these increasingly mean and cruel times, let's bend the arc back toward kindness and compassion, acknowledging our shared humanity, and keep the ASL program as it is. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for this opportunity to talk about homelessness in our community. It's a very complicated issue that we're not going to solve. Certainly, it's a significant focus for our community and a different approach that we have. Friendship Shelter is a Laguna Beach institution. It came out of our organization, out of our city. We have a long tradition of caring for people in a very unique way. The point in time count that we talked about, the increase of 64% from 28 unsheltered in 2022 to 46 unsheltered in 2024 is consistent with what we're seeing nationwide. There's been an 18% increase in unhoused across our country, including 150,000 children. Laguna Food Pantry is also seeing an explosion. Since 2020, we have 2 times the number of families who are receiving service from our community. Matthew Desmond is a Princeton sociologist. In his book, Poverty by America, he talks about how poverty is not despite affluence, it's often because of affluence. And as our community struggles to meet the housing 394 units that we've committed to by the state mandate, we need to keep in mind that people are suffering and that there is less resource for people, including those who have helped build our community for 50 years, who are now being sheltered in Friendship Shelter. So thank you for this chance to be in dialogue. It is a very complicated issue, and I'm grateful for our city council.
Hi, I'm Barry. I'm a resident of Laguna Beach since 2000. And if any of you are on Instagram, I'm at Laguna Beach with Barry. And my favorite thing is the second and the fourth Saturday of the month, I go to Main Beach with multiple churches, networks, Don Scaratoni, I never pronounced his name right, Slade with United Methodists, several churches. And I've experienced on Saturday mornings, which was actually brought to us by one of your policemen, to have the homeless do something productive. They clean the beach. I put it on Instagram. I bring in the community. I love the whole thought that our community is coming together on behalf of the needs and just coming together as a community and the support of the police department. So to me, the picture is staying in contact and communication with all of us, so that we can all facilitate. Like, we love it. Brian Grapp would come to Pastor Don and he would say things and he would help us, and Don would have hands-on and help them. The thing that I've observed over the last 3 years, doing it every weekend, every other weekend, is my heart aches. There is a need for the mental health. There's the gap between the churches coming and serving and meeting the needs, and the people meeting the needs of the food, and the police protecting us, but there's also the mental health. Some of these people, I look at them and my heart grieves, like they really need counseling. So there's the gap there that I would like to be addressed. One more thing. I'm in real estate too, my business owners, and I've experienced a lot of people having to give a percentage of their sales of 5 million or more in the state of California. And I just saw Newsom said he's releasing 920 million for the homeless. And I would like to see our city, as generous as we are, with hearts that we have, to be an instrument and access that. I have no clue how you can, but I would like to know if you guys are able to do that. So thank you. Supposed to sign somewhere.
Good evening. My name is Ross Chun. I'm not a resident of Laguna Beach, but I go to church right across the way there. And over the years, I've had an opportunity to volunteer and to cook meals for the Friendship Shelter, especially the Bridge Housing Program on PCH. I've also had an opportunity to bring students from Aliso Niguel High School and from Soka University to come and volunteer so they could see how Laguna Beach is addressing the homelessness problem. And it's been an incredible education for everyone I've brought through here. It wasn't more than 2 years ago, it was about 1.5 years ago, that a friend of mine who had always said he lived in Laguna Beach let me know that he actually was homeless and living in Laguna Beach. And I didn't realize that for many years. And the ASL offered him the support that he needed at a time where he was in a desperate situation. So first of all, I want to thank Mayor Renagi for managing the public comment period so that everyone got a chance to speak. And I specifically want to thank City Manager Kiff for the measure you took to allay the fears that I think would have extended the comment period much longer than this. So thank you all very much for your attention to this issue. I'm grateful. I know that everyone here is grateful, and I really do appreciate the hard work that you're putting into this.
Ross, can I ask you a question? So we have a former Aliso Viejo mayor and council member here. Has Aliso Viejo ever looked into building a shelter there to take care of this issue in Aliso?
The short answer is No.
So, and I'm not trying to add this in a combative way, but why not?
So I know that the point in time count was mentioned, and I've taken part in the point in time count twice. And I would just mention the inaccuracy of that count. I remember one where we came up with a number, one homeless person in Aliso Viejo. And I knew that wasn't right because I knew 5 by name.
Yeah.
So a lot of the decisions were based on the point in time count. And many of the decisions were based on a circumstance that came up more than 5 years ago when the Laguna Canyon Foundation worked with the city of Aliso Viejo on a grant to remove an invasive species of arundo along Aliso Creek. And the result was that it stopped choking the creek off and there was an environmental benefit. But also the city was unaware that there was a large homeless population living in the arundo. And when we used the grant money that we were given from the county and the state and also shared with Laguna Canyon Foundation, we removed the arundo and it displaced a large number of homeless who came to Laguna Beach, Laguna Niguel, Laguna Hills. It was an unexpected consequence of that environmental act. But our numbers were off and our management of awareness of homeless in Aliso Viejo was, I would say, lacking. And so that's a longer answer to why the idea of a shelter in Aliso Viejo hasn't been investigated thoroughly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, and I do have a new job title. Apparently, it's innocent bystander. So thank you.
Good.
Good evening, council. Good evening, community members. Thank you for being here. My name is Nessa. I'm an 18-year resident of our wonderful city. I've raised two children within the district from Montessori School right through a 2024 graduate of Laguna Beach High School. I've volunteered alongside them throughout those years. Alex, I've worked closely with your family member on printing services for our booster needs and with our dear Christopher Duddy. In the past, we've shared the stage at Laguna Beach High School. I can speak firsthand on the exceptional work that is going on within the Friendship Shelter because in September, myself and my children evacuated the airport fire. And after evacuating to Laguna Beach, our city, which we had left because of lack of affordable housing 6 weeks earlier, we evacuated the fire. We went to our community clinic, no help. We went to Laguna Beach Resource Center for the high school, no help. We went to our local church, no help. In desperation, we went to the Friendship Shelter, and that's where it stopped. We got the help that we need. Nobody passed the book. Nobody sent me links saying, go research, go outside of the city, go do it, stop there. We have been put into a rapid rehousing program, funded, found help, got a case manager. I believe there's a lot of stigma in this room. You're looking at someone. There's a lot of stigma in this room. I've woke up, I've seen people go to work. You would not recognize the people that are in that shelter. The people that you're speaking of who are lighting fires, who are causing crimes, don't want to be in the shelter. They don't go to the day program. They're not interested. They're unwell. And if they were at the ASL, if they went to the day program, they would be vetted because whoever's there are people that they feed through the system. It's a system that's working. It's a system where the topic here should be, how can we fund them more? How can we develop this? How can we develop a rehabilitation program for how can we give our residents more privacy so residents of Laguna are not ashamed to go there? I'm happy to give firsthand insight into being there, passing through there, and I hope that you trust me that I can do that in a non-biased way, but perception is not on point in this room.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Hello, my name is Samantha, and I have the privilege of being a case manager at Friendship Shelter at ASL, so I get to see a lot of what we're talking about firsthand. And I think reducing or closing the shelter services is extremely unfair, not just to the residents at the shelter, but to the residents of Laguna. It's depriving all of us of a vital resource in response to transgressions or problems that do have other solutions. And to be quite frank with you, I'm shocked that it's even on the table. I know we don't like to admit it, but a lot of us, our neighbors, our friends, our family, are one paycheck away. One fire and an insurance company dropping you, one accident or a medical bill you can't pay from being in that situation. And that day program is an access point. That's an ability for us to go in and get that help same day, even if we're not comfortable in enrolling and staying overnight at the shelter. You take that away, you're taking that away from us. And I hope that you know that when you're making this decision, because what you're doing represents the care you have for us, for your community members. And I don't really think that we should be considering this. If it takes 7 months to get housing when you have help, imagine being turned away at the door and not having that option. Imagine how long it takes to do alone. And I want you to think about that. Like, really take a pause. Maybe take that minute and a half that you're sitting with, and everyone here sit in silence and think about that. What would I do? Because ASL, consider this option. Day program, not an option. You can't go there. So think about that.
Good evening. I'm Barbara McMurray. First, I want to say I appreciate Councilmember Jones noting that we're talking about our fellow human beings, not a negative commodity to be managed. Let's all watch how we use our words and remember how we talk about each other. People are listening, and not everybody is as lucky as most of the people in this room. I also want to say much is being said lately about Laguna's cultural and artistic and even its surf heritage, but we also have a proud, longstanding social heritage. Treating people with respect and honoring their dignity is a big part of who we are in Laguna. I urge you to keep the ASL as it is with the day program, with its well above average success rates in connecting people to housing. I trust Friendship Shelter's data because so much of its funding requires valid, verifiable reporting, and more reporting. They have like 3 people on staff who do nothing but crunch data all day. Its data collection is above reproach. The ASL, and specifically the day program, have been the first point of entry for literally hundreds of people on their paths to services and housing. Everyone is deserving of respect and dignity. This is part of our social heritage. Let's not forget who we are.
My name is Marshall Linens. I've been involved with the Friendship Shelter for years. I'm still involved. I'm the guy that helps with facilities. I think there's some key things that got said tonight, and I just want to reiterate it. Access point. The ASL and the program, the day program, is a tremendous access point for people who don't know where to go. We just heard from a lady who didn't know where to go. The Friendship Shelter has been hands-on putting people in permanent housing and permanent supportive housing. There are hundreds of them in South Orange County. We have facilities all over the place, but back when this ASL started, there wasn't that access point. There was no point for people to go to and find this permanent supportive housing. Permanent supportive housing is working. We're taking people off the street. Don was up here saying, hey, they're here for a whole year. And if you dealt with some of those people, you'd realize that whole year is longer than 365 days. It's a problem to keep those people because they need supportive housing. So I'm a citizen of Laguna Beach. I've been involved in so many levels of Laguna Beach, and I agree to have you spend the money, provide Calvert his extra officers to help control this, to keep the day program. I think it's part of the character of Laguna, the heart of Laguna, and I, for one, support that move. So thank you.
Any final speakers on this item? Okay, I'm going to close public comment. Thank you for all the for not applauding. So good work on that. We don't always get that with our crowd, so thank you for that. So I will bring this back to council for questions or comments. So who wants to start? Bob, you want to start?
Well, I thought I heard from the city manager. I do have some comments, but I thought I heard from the city manager that
there were going to be some recommendations. I'd want to hear those before I offer my comments.
Sure. I don't know if Jeremy, you could pull up that slide. So I still suggest closing the day program. I think there would be some alternatives to that, which might include limiting it to people who are making it more a day program for people who are from Laguna only or who are enrolled in the shelter itself. So there's more activities during the day enrolled in the ASL. If you do embark down this path, either way, there'd be a short delay in when that occurs so it wouldn't be immediate. And then the second section of my recommendation is that we look at this for 60 more days, a 60-day horizon, where we maybe update our needs assessment. How many beds does Laguna need for Laguna homeless? That hasn't been done in a while. We could do that fairly quickly. Research appropriate criteria for placement in the ASL. Should there be a stronger local preference? Should there be other categories that give you scoring that seniors, persons who are on housing waiting lists? I think we should consider a length of stay limit that can be adjusted if someone is in line for housing and is actively working on their housing program. We do need to issue an RFP for operations. I would recommend issuing that for up to 2 years. And then we'd return to council within the fiscal year 25-26 budget timeline, which is roughly that date, June-ish of 2025. And I do want to reassert, I'm concerned about our fiscal situation. When we talk about what we need to do, which includes things like utility undergrounding and more fuel modification, I'm concerned that the city does not have enough resources to accomplish all that we need to accomplish, which is one of the reasons we're looking at this. We have to make some hard choices. I don't know if this is the hard choice, and the council may decide that other choices are warranted, but we're going to have some tough conversations in the coming 45 days. And then the third part of this is we look at a 2-year horizon, July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2027, where the ASL would operate with arguably new enrollment criteria. And it would give us 2 years to have grants passed in the rear window. We are talking about what I think the chief and I believe are sound worries, but they're still worries that haven't come to pass yet, or haven't come to pass in the full slate of what they might end up being. So maybe we use those 2 years to see who's right, respectfully. Was there an influx? Was there not an influx? And then we'd also have performance metrics, which I think placements in permanent housing, and which obviously the Friendship Shelter is doing well in. Returns to homelessness after placement in permanent housing, those are all great metrics. And then we'd evaluate that to this 2 years from now to consider next steps for the next period. So I'd welcome your comments on that.
I'll go ahead and start, I guess, Mayor, if that's all right. So first of all, I appreciate, staff bringing this forward for discussion, because it's easy to let things continue to roll on and not evaluate them. And some good options have been laid out. I have tremendous respect for our police chief and his perception of things. Lieutenant Ferris and I go back to 2012 when I was first on the council, and we were dealing with lawsuits and issues, and so it's been a long road. But I guess where I know that the city manager took this off the table earlier, but where I come out on this is, this program's been a success. The ASL's been a success, and I support continuing it in its current form. I think that it, when you look at the 40% of participants transitioning out, what ultimately has to happen is people have to find housing. Homeless people have to find housing. It's as simple as that. When then Mayor Kelly Boyd put me on a task force, a homeless task force back in, it was either 2010 or 2012, I can't remember. and we went up to Los Angeles and visited a number of locations, they were saying right then it's housing first. You've got to provide housing in order to find solutions to these problems. So the fact that 279 individuals have been able to be placed over the last 6 years into permanent housing is tremendous, tremendous outcome, tremendous victory for those people, for our community, certainly for the Friendship Shelter who's been running the program. You know, I did a little math today, and if you look at the point in time count for the county from 2024, where they said they had over 3,000 unhoused, if everybody had had the success that we have had in our community, we'd have solved nearly all the homelessness problem in the county. But a large part of the problem, and I think what we're hearing, and legitimately we're all frustrated by, is none of our surrounding cities, nobody else is carrying any water on this in South County. I mean, they haven't for years, for decades. It's been all us. But the fact that it's all us and the fact that others aren't doing their fair share shouldn't change the outcome on what we should continue to do. So what I think we should do is along the lines of what the city manager was recommending. I would keep things as they are for now. I'd go out for an RFP. I want to see what the costs are for operating the shelter next year. I want to see what the costs are for the day program. As part of that RFP, we need to make sure that all potential providers provide information on what resources they can bring. Friendship Shelter's brought considerable resources over the years to the operation of the shelter. That should be part of the RFP process if other operators are going to respond. And then we should make a decision going forward. I mean, Dave hits it on the head. We've got choices to make, and we've got a lot of things to fund that we're not going to be able to fund. But my gut tells me this is one we need to figure out a way to continue to fund. So those are my thoughts.
Essentially, I agree with Bob. I think we should keep it as is as well and move forward with what Dave suggests was the 60-day horizon and collect more data and information and come back to council with some information, just that simple. I am curious, Jeff, the surrounding cities that you mentioned, they're all serviced by the sheriff department. Is that correct? In South County?
Not all of them.
No, not all of them. I've just thought maybe there was a correlation on how they handled their homeless. Do the sheriff department actually have folks that are dedicated to the issue?
The sheriff department does have dedicated, but they also don't have the same, the sheriff doesn't answer to the city manager. The sheriff answers to the county council. And so it's a totally different dynamic where we answer to the city attorney, city manager, and law enforcement. So they enforce differently.
Thank you. And I am very sympathetic toward, Jeff, and your, having this be so frustrating and our surrounding cities being, so unwilling to participate. Maybe somebody has some pull at the county that we can see if we can't have it. I'm sure you've had a lot of conversations. And I do want to say that I do appreciate your efforts at the hospital and working on that problem that we'd had down there. I heard quite a bit about that over time. And I guess when we hear back in 60 days that we'll hear, more from you and hopefully some more solutions to make your guys' job, easier as well. So as is for now, and looking forward to hearing what Dave brings back in 60 days. And a good staff report, you guys. Thank you very much.
Hallie or Sudin?
I really appreciate everybody being here. This is such an important issue. And something that you said, Rick, really resonated with me, which is like, who are we as a community, right? We are a compassionate community. It's something that we stand for. And I think it's important we continue to stand for that. And I think we're developing a little bit of a false and binary choice, which is, between being safe and really treating our most vulnerable community members with dignity and respect and giving them the resources that they need. I don't think that that's a choice we have to make. I think we get to do both. And I think, it is our responsibility to figure out how are we going to continue to provide these resources that are so critical, that are absolutely the right thing to do in a way that keeps our community safe, that supports our amazing police department, and is fiscally responsible, right? Like we can do that. We're smart people, and I think we can figure it out. So I want to recalibrate us to focusing on working together to figure out how we're going to solve that problem together, because we're only going to do it as one team. We're not going to do it if we're working in opposition.
Can you put Dave's recommendation back up again? Thanks. So in 2018, I went to a homeless, county homeless meeting. It was led by United Way and Jamboree Housing. And at that time, they were talking about all these, regional plans they were going to make, which for South County, nothing has happened. And it's frustrating to me because every city, so this is expensive for us. And so let's just take it on the cost side. It's very expensive. We have to have we have to have more park rangers, another 600,000, and plus the cost of running shelters. So it gets very expensive for a city like this. And if you look at, so far we're pulling it off, but we have more needs now. And if you expect every city to do something about this, it's not going to happen. And that's what we've seen happen. It doesn't happen except for here. And it frustrates me no end that the county is not helping us more with this, because they can have wraparound services and they can provide much more robust support than we can in our little town. So that's that. So you have to consider that in terms of the size of our town and what we've actually taken on. It's true that at budget time, I suspect I'm going to recommend that we come back in 60 days after we do some more analysis too. But we have to realize that we're having a budget meeting too. And part of keeping our community safe is keeping our community safe on a whole bunch of other fronts as well. So we have a 23,000 resident community we have to take care of here. We've had, we have a lot of concern about fire safety and stuff. So we're going to have to spend a lot of money. We need to get our economy going here. Our economy's been kind of sluggish. We need to get that going. So I do have concerns, but I want to work as much as we can based on data. So, because anecdotal stories and stuff, they don't really get it for me. I'd like to see the data. So I'd like to find out, spend more time kind of digging into that and figuring out what we need to do, because that makes me a little bit more comfortable in terms of making a more coherent decision. Because as much as you guys have come up and said how much it's helpful, and I believe that, I've also heard from the community other stories. And so when you're a council member, you talk to everybody. Everybody wants to talk to you about something, and everybody has a concern when you're out in the community. And so I do hear a lot of things about the homeless people, doing things they probably shouldn't be doing. So that's kind of where I am.
Yeah, so I think I really just think homelessness is a human tragedy when we really think about just how deep of a problem it is. And it's truly, I think, of the moral crisis of our time. Every year, whenever the point in time, I guess every 2 years, I've done the point in time count. And it always strikes me because you have to go and you have to wake up people while they're sleeping to ask them the questions. And what I always find just so striking is how easy it is to wake them up, because they're really not comfortable enough to be fully asleep, right? Because who could fall asleep? Because it could be someone who's gonna hurt them, and so it's just thinking in my mind, that person is not having a deep sleep. That always just sticks with me. So that is the most vulnerable population that we're talking about. And so I think ultimately, every study that you look at on this issue, housing is the root cause of homelessness. The rising costs of rent make it a lot easier. There's a book out of I forgot the school, but basically they looked at they looked at states that have the highest rates of drug addiction and mental health, like West Virginia, for example. But rent is so low there that they don't have the rates of home. But then it's a direct correlation with rents. And so ultimately, I think the state of California has totally failed on the issue of housing, and both on the housing affordability, which is all levels of housing, but then also how do you exit people from homelessness? I don't think what I just said is doesn't mean that, some people mention that law enforcement is not a part of this. Law enforcement absolutely is a part of this, because homeless people, just like people who are, housed, commit crimes. And in Laguna Beach, if you commit a crime, you need to be prosecuted and held accountable for that. It's fundamental that people are safe in our community, and especially in our downtown, that we can have kids going to Main Beach and feeling safe. All the time I get emails about experiences, and I always will forward it to the chief. So it'd be hypocritical in me to say that, it's that law enforcement doesn't have a role. Law enforcement absolutely has to have a role. It's a false, I think Hallie said it perfectly, that it's a false choice to choose between public safety and addressing the moral crisis that is homelessness. I think that, sort of one of the themes, you guys got to hear a lot of interesting items related to, the treasury function in the city of Laguna Beach and RPRs and things like that. And one of the things that I'm always focused on is rarely are things exactly as they are the best way to go forward. And, the assumption that just because we've always done it a certain way is the best way forward, I don't necessarily buy that. I mean, in this case, it's taking 218 days to get for people on average to go from shelter to housing. And maybe there's no way that it could be less days than that. But the problem with the conversation tonight is I feel like everyone's sort of talking past each other, and we're not having an empathetic conversation about how can we, when the police are mentioning, when they're talking about, the rising, the 54% increase at the shelter, I would rather have a conversation where from the Friendship Shelter side, you're trying to understand their perspective, just as, they should be trying to understand. That's how you collaborate and find solutions. And that's how we need to solve problems in Laguna Beach. So I think ultimately we need to really, Dave, you talked about analysis. We need to all get in the room and figure out how we can really collaborate, figure out what are the solutions and how do we improve our interventions? Because just this idea that the way that we could be that this is the perfect model where we're not even talking to each other necessarily, and we're and I get that that's sort of the way this whole debate was framed, was about, in defensive mode, but I'd like for everyone to kind of get out of the defensive mode and get into the sort of understanding and seeking to understand mode, because that's ultimately how we can collaborate and find solutions. And I do think that we should step back, assess, what are our goals as it relates to our homeless services, and then what are the metrics that achieve those goals, and then how can we collaborate to because I don't think, I was looking at, someone sent me the Costa Mesa Bridge Shelter document, and it was very comprehensive. I haven't seen anything like that for I don't know what our goal, I haven't seen anywhere where it outlines what our goals are. I could probably assume that what our goals are, but it seems like we really need a shared understanding and better collaboration between, all the stakeholders here. But, I do take seriously what our chief and what they're saying about, our police are literally willing to put their lives on the line for us every day. So we want to make sure that we're creating an environment that's safe. So I just think it's, like Hallie said, it's a false choice between public safety and serving the most vulnerable. So I think doing some sort of a internal point in time count would help answer a lot of these. There's so much anecdotal points that have been raised, but if we did our own internal point in time count, which I think is what Newport Beach recently did when they kind of reevaluated their whole approach, I think that could be a really smart model and help us really understand, what's the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we design the appropriate intervention. So I think we really should step back and look at something like that. At the end of the day, we're defending the status quo here, but nobody should be satisfied with the status quo where we have it takes 218 days for people to go from shelter into housing. Ultimately we need to solve homelessness, and we could put our whole general fund into, this issue, and we would not make a dent. What we really need is regional collaboration. And so what I'm going to, I think that it's time to bring all the South County, mayors and city managers here and meet in this room in Laguna Beach, and let's just have a conversation about how they can play a role in helping to collaborate. There's no harm in doing that. And it's really, it's a regional problems require regional solutions. So I don't, I think that's something that I would like to do, but I think more importantly, locally, and I also think there are regional solutions. The Joplin Youth Center, if anyone knows where that is, that used to be where, when there was juvenile camps, it's in the Chirico area. that was closed. And I think during COVID, that was used as a place for individuals experiencing homelessness. I think that is a perfect place where you actually could create a situation, and the city manager and I have talked about this, where you could create a model in terms of providing all the services there and really address this regionally in South Orange County. I don't know if that's the right solution, but I really think that we need to get back to that sort of regional mindset of how do we actually solve this problem? But in the meantime, as we, pursue regional solutions, I think what we really need to do is start having, honest conversation and collaboration that's based on trying to understand each other's perspective. And I'm happy to be a part of those conversations with, as we, work to bridge this divide. I just don't think this is not how we solve problems in Laguna, where we talk past each other and are kind of going into our corners as opposed to figuring out how we can collaborate. I think that's the story of the ASL from the beginning, is one of collaboration. And so I would like to figure out how we, move back in that direction. And I think we all can take responsibility of how, I just think when you don't talk, you can't solve a problem. So anyway, that's where I'm at. And so it sounds like you have the direction that you need.
Yeah, I want
Dave?
to make it two points clear. One, you might want to pick 2 council members to work with us on this. That was one thing I didn't put on my slide, but I was hopeful maybe 2 folks would be engaged with us. And then I did not hear direction to close the day program. I heard more heads nodding about status quo, come back in 60 days. So I just want to make.
Well, I
that
think there
clear.
should be some conversations
Yeah,
about that, because
but nothing immediate.
I think
Yeah.
that's where the consensus is.
Okay. And I don't know if 2 council members want to work on it with us or not, but we're happy to work on it on our own too.
Jeremy, can you bring the 60-day slide back up?
Want to work on it together?
I'll work on it. I don't mind working on it.
Yeah, so maybe Sue and I can work on it
Okay.
with you on that, and then Sue can get all the mayors in South County in line.
You're the mayor,
I'd
buddy.
love to attend that meeting. I want to say too, I really appreciate all the comments too. This is as noted, it's a hard discussion to have. I appreciate how cordially Laguna has their conversations. So thank you. And Mr. Mayor, that needs assessment that's kind of our flash point in time count.
So that would be like where we would do okay.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah. Happy to involve Friendship Shelter folks there too.
Want me to make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I move the possible pathway, excluding for the time being closing the day program. And I move that Mayor Rinagi and I form an ad hoc committee to address some of the issues.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Can I just confirm too, the bid that we're setting is for a 30-person shelter in a daytime program, right? That's where we're issuing an RFP.
So why an RFP? Why don't we do like an RFI or make it more broad, where they put forward what's the plan that makes the most sense, as opposed to us being like dictating it? Is there value in an approach like that? Because it's not like a public works project where we need to be all prescriptive about it. It seems like
that's right.
I'd rather kind of step back and not figure out what makes sense.
Yep.
Because I don't know the
Do you have
answer
any
to that.
concerns, Madam City Attorney?
I think we can make that,
Okay.
that work.
So
More of an
tell us what
RFI.
shelter should work in that location and what staffing model should work in that location.
Propose a solution to some of the things that we've talked about.
And maybe we can have more conversation. I don't know if we have to decide that now, but that's where I'm thinking about it, is why would we want to be so prescriptive about how it should be when there might be a better way? I just, it seems like having that kind of.
Isn't that the conversation that could come out of gathering more information?
Yeah, but the question was about the RFP, if that should be specific to 30. And I'm just saying, why would we want to be prescriptive with that when we can have these conversations inform what the right approach is?
Yeah, I agree with that. And are we also going to include you guys working with the county on a kind of getting some regional?
Mr. Mayor, Megan's noting too that if Jeremy, can you remind me the contract ends June 30?
Correct.
Arguably, we could have a conversation with the Friendship Shelter extended a quarter potentially. So with direction from the
You need
council.
that direction right now?
I think it'd be helpful in case we need it.
I kind of want to
We
keep it
just
more
extend
flexible.
the current contract 1 quarter while we're doing this.
Yeah, because I'd rather have a more iterative back and forth.
I think it
That's what I don't
does.
like about the RFP thing, is that just makes it like it's like all, prescriptive and not necessarily helpful to collaboration.
I appreciate the opportunity for Friendship Shelter to potentially be part of that conversation, if that would be helpful for city staff.
Well, that's one of the things, if I can, and maybe this isn't something we look at and we get back to later, but in previous working with other vendors or service providers, if they inform the scope and the service of the RFP, they're excluded from being able to
No,
compete
that-
on the
that-
RFP.
but that
we
wouldn't
can-
be for
we can
this.
Still have just a conversation about that.
No, but that would be like not for a public works project, not something like this. This is,
Well,
I'm the boss. We can have conversations with Friendship
Yeah.
Shelter in order to understand what we need. And that is not, then I wouldn't take the position that that is informing the scope that we are going to ultimately issue an RFP for.
Yeah.
In terms of, we need to better, I think much of what we've heard tonight is we need more information.
yes.
And we can't get that information without talking to Friendship Shelter.
Exactly.
And so I do not think that we would take, we're not going to, we can have a conversation with them and we can later issue an RFP and they could bid on it. That conversation is not going to disqualify them.
Yeah. Okay. So you're saying there's a procurement process that we can make work.
Yeah, ultimately, I think the immediate problem is that if their contract expires,
And it sounds like
we
there's
don't have
support
enough time.
for extending that if if needed, right? Is that what I'm hearing?
I think you need to extend it probably more like 6 months.
Well, let's just
You know us too well. Yeah, that's probably so.
Can we give city staff the
I would-
discretion to extend it by 6 months if necessary?
I think let's just keep it more broad.
Do you have? the
I feel like
direction
I
you
have
need?
good direction. Thank you.
Yeah.
Are we done?
Did we make it? I don't remember what.
Did I made a motion, but I'll add to the motion that we extend the Friendship Shelter's contract potentially for 6 months while we're working on our solution.
At the city manager's discretion.
Or at the city manager's
And
discretion.
Hal, you're accepting that friendly amendment?
A
So you're
second
gonna
that.
second. So all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you,
everybody.
everyone.
And thank you to our police department for the good work you guys do.
Okay, let's go to our next item on the agenda. Dave, do you want to introduce this item? And we're gonna go to, or let's wait like another minute.
Yeah,
Okay, Anthony, let's get started.
So good evening, Matt Schneider, Assistant Director, Community Development. Anthony volunteered to step in and present for our colleague who's under the weather this evening, so we appreciate that. He has a brief presentation and we'll try to answer any questions you have.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 22 is an ordinance that would add Chapter 11.70 to the Laguna Beach Municipal Code, which would establish a slow streets program. The slow streets concept originates in state law. The CVC authorizes local agencies to adopt an ordinance that would implement a slow street program for the purpose of closing a street to vehicular traffic or otherwise limiting vehicular access and speed using roadway design features, typically referred to as traffic calming measures. Since Senate Bill or SB 922 was enacted in 2022, slow streets programs have been implemented across the state, including in Santa Barbara, Beverly Hills, and San Diego. There are two main components to this ordinance that I'll briefly highlight here. It includes a process for designating a city street as a slow street. And then it also establishes the process for closing a street that has been designated as a city slow street. To designate a street as a slow street, several criteria would need to be met. There are requirements for outreach and engagement, including public noticing requirements. The street closure or traffic restriction would need to leave sufficient portion of surrounding streets for other public uses. So essentially, the city wants to ensure that there is sufficient capacity for vehicular through traffic. The designated slow street must be identified with clear signage, and essentially there are state highway manuals that we would follow for that required signage. The city would need to determine that the closure or traffic restriction is necessary for safety and protection. And the city is also committed to maintaining a website with information about the Slow Streets program. Staff also wanted to point out that there was a supplemental ordinance attached to the agenda report this evening to include the revision shown on the screen here, modifying the definition of a slow street. Most importantly, it does refer back to the city's existing definition for a local street. A local street is essentially the city's lowest classification for a street, experiences the lowest amount of vehicular traffic, in contrast with things like arterial streets, which are typically the highways, and collector streets. And at a high level, what are our next steps if the council introduces the ordinance this evening? On April 2nd, Wednesday of next week, the Planning Commission will be deliberating on an application for a design review and a coastal development permit for the design of the permanent promenade improvements. Because the Slow Streets program would not yet take effect, there is still a requirement for a second reading. Any approval on that evening, should approval be granted, would be conditioned on the effective date of a city council resolution to designate that street closure. Also wanted to point out that if at the second reading, the council adopts the ordinance, there is an effective date of 30 days after the adoption of the ordinance. There is also a requirement for a coastal development permit for the act of closing the street that would be required. Essentially, the street closure constitutes development, and there is no exemption from the CDP requirements to take that action. And so also on April 2nd, the Director of Community Development will be considering at an administrative hearing the CDP application to close the street. On April 8th, the city staff would return to you for ordinance adoption. That evening, we would also present to you a draft resolution which would designate Lower Forest Avenue as a slow street and closing the street. That resolution would include all the findings that I summarized on a prior slide. That council action would again be conditioned to only take effect upon the effective date of the ordinance, and then also approval and effectiveness of the CDP to close the street. And then that brings us to May 8th on this tentative calendar, which is the anticipated effective date of this ordinance. I also wanted to touch on the CEQA exemption, which is a bit of a unique case here. We don't often employ statutory exemptions because they imply in very narrow cases. Here, the statutory exemption derives from SB 922, which facilitates sustainable transportation projects. And it exempts pedestrian and bicycle facilities within public right-of-way that improve safety, access, or mobility, including new facilities. There is an attachment to your agenda report. It's a memo from the city's CEQA consultant that analyzes how this project meets the requirements for this statutory exemption. Essentially, the project involves the development of a pedestrian promenade within the existing public right-of-way. It improves safety and mobility by providing a pedestrian-only facility that is separated from active roadways. And it improves access by providing new opportunities for residents and visitors to visit shops, restaurants, and city events on foot. Staff's recommendation this evening is to waive full reading and introduce the ordinance by title only. Direct staff to return with the ordinance for a second reading and adoption at your April 8th meeting. Direct staff to return with a resolution to designate Lower Forest as a slow street and closing Lower Forest to vehicular traffic. And directing city staff to bring the draft resolution to the City Council's April 8th meeting. You would also direct staff to apply for a CDP for the closure of Lower Forest to vehicular traffic. And then finding the said actions exempt from CEQA pursuant to the statutory exemption. That will conclude the staff presentation, and I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Any questions?
We had one email that came in, maybe this is for Megan, about piecemealing this action because it was bifurcated from the Planning Commission action and our ultimate action, I guess. Can you comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Whalen. If you'll note in the staff report, it actually discusses that the project is broadly defined. So it's not just this action tonight, but it also includes everything that was on Anthony's slide just a minute ago. So it includes the design review for the promenade, the resolution, the design, the CDPs that we'll need to issue. It's intentionally expansive specifically to avoid piecemealing. So that's why it's being presented. The whole project is being presented to you for your CEQA action tonight. And on your future actions, you will evaluate whether the proposed action still is consistent with your CEQA action tonight. So it's contemplating, the design review. Well, that would be for the Planning Commission, but the design review as anticipated by the project. If it was massively changed, then it may not necessarily fit into this project, but that is why it's presented as the whole project tonight.
And so since it's not exempt from the CDP, does that make it, so it could be appealed to the Coastal Commission?
That is correct, Mayor. A portion of the project area is within the Coastal Commission's appeal jurisdiction.
It'd be interesting if there's some legislation related to, coastal issues or streets or something where they could put something in it that could exempt projects like this, because it seems like that's where the Coastal Commission wants to go. But anyway, that's besides the point. Okay, any other questions? Okay, good. Let's go to open public comment on this item. Anyone want to know? So I will close. This isn't a public hearing, is it? No. Okay, I'm going to close public comment, bring back to council. Any questions or comments? Somebody want to make a motion? Mark?
I recommended action. Approval of record. I'm just wondering if we made any changes to that, but I guess we didn't. Okay.
I'll second that.
Just for clarification, it was noted, but we did recommend a change to the ordinance language. So we want to make sure that your motion would include the amended.
Yeah,
That's what you were
see?
talking about. Yep.
You were rushing me here and I missed. So what do I need to do then with that?
The recommended action with the ordinance as proposed as amended by staff.
Okay, so the recommended action with the
With the ordinance proposed to be as amended as recommended by staff.
recommended by staff. There you go.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so unless, are you guys here for the item on Bluebird? You're not here for the city attorney's contract? Okay, so I'm gonna, if it's okay with you, I'm gonna switch. Let's flip. Is that okay? Do we have the Bluebird team here or I know, but do we, from a staff perspective, do we have the staff here? Okay, so he's probably running over right now.
You guys have been here a long time. I kept wondering, what are these guys here for?
We'll wait for Daniel. I don't know.
Do you want a staff report?
Does anyone need a staff report?
Just want to see the pictures. That's
Oh,
all.
okay.
Well, should we just open up public comment first and then we can,
Whatever you want to do. I don't care. I just want to see the pictures. It's hard for me. I lived up there for a long time.
You can do that. It's not a
why
public
don't,
hearing.
you know what I'm gonna do is let's open up let's open up public comment on this item and yes, let's do that. So you guys want to weigh in on this item? Do you guys want to provide public comment on this item? So we're not doing it, so this isn't like a public hearing. So I think, let's just, okay. So Daniel, are you good to go? Daniel, sorry for rushing you. Take your time. Okay, take your time. So let's have a staff report and then we'll go to you guys and then we'll go from there. Okay, sorry about that, Daniel. I apologize.
This is item 24. It's regarding modifications to restrictions to establish 3 on-street public parking spaces along the 1200 block of Bluebird Canyon Drive. The requested action is to modify those parking spaces. The Design Review Board approved a new single-family dwelling at 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive back in 2024. The approval included the relocation of 2 parking spaces and establishing 1 new parking space. There is an existing parking restriction that requires City Council approval to authorize these spaces. The project location is in Bluebird Canyon, and as shown on the left and on the right, highlighted is 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive, and then highlighted in blue is where 2 parking spaces would be relocated, one of which would be in front of 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive. And so this is a more detailed view of what that would look like. 1 new space as required by the project, and then due to the new driveway, the applicant is proposing to relocate 2 parking spaces, so there's a net gain of 1 parking space. And Public Works and the fire department have both reviewed this plan and support the project. The project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to section 15303, and staff recommends the City Council move to approve this requested action. That concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Dan. I have a question. So I used to live up in Bluebird for a long time, so I'm familiar with it, but the house is going in where the 2 cutouts are right now for parking, right? So there, there's a cutout, right? Or you can park a couple, 2,
Right,
3
that's
cars
correct.
there.
There's about 4 parking spaces there.
Yeah.
No hash marks are there, but approximately 4
Right.
cars could fit in there, or depending on the size of the
So
car.
that's where the house is going probably, right? The
Right.
entrance to the garage, or maybe, I don't know. what
Right.
design.
There's a 2-car garage as well as a 3rd parking space. So
Okay, so if I'm going down Bluebird Canyon Drive, so I go by that area and I go down the curve, where are the parking spaces going on the curve
So
there?
as you're going down, you go past, there's a large eucalyptus tree. It's
Yeah.
curving that way. Then it's starting to curve around that entire curve, but it's right at the beginning of the curve.
Okay.
Right around where that bench is, right?
Yeah, yep,
Right before the bench.
yep,
Yes.
okay. And is the applicant required to put that in? Or
Uh,
the city going to do it?
So the applicant would be paying for these improvements, yes, to put them in, and then city would be responsible for maintaining.
So the applicant has to put in 2 spaces? I'm sorry, I can't remember.
Oh, yes. So the applicant is, as part of the project, needs to provide at least 1 on-street parking
Okay,
space. It's a
okay.
requirement for a project with 50 feet or more of frontage. And so they're providing that 1, and while relocating 2, so there's still a net gain of 1.
Okay.
So it appears from the diagram, but these are, I'm concerned about ingress and egress and any impact on that road. It's probably going to be one of the roads we add to our red flag day restrictions. So these appear to be being built, sort of not outside the right of way, but off
Outside the travel lane, yes.
the travel lane.
Way outside.
And we had an email today, concern about impact on pedestrian lanes that are on the road. Did you see that?
Sure. I saw that email about the pedestrian pathway. They were taking pictures of the dirt area. I believe there's still space to walk past the cars as long as they're parked legally within the proposed parking spaces. So between the travel lane and the parked cars, one could still walk past these parking spaces.
Already parking restrictions on that part of the road anyway. You can't park on the road there. You can't park all the way
Right.
on the
Right.
street. I mean, aside from these cutouts, you can't park on the street.
Right. And there is that restriction from 1992 to not park anywhere. And that's been amended over the years. Once in 2012 to allow these parking spaces in front of 1260 Bluebird Canyon Drive. And then this would be another modification to allow more spaces.
So I don't really see how it's any different than what we have now, because right now they have the cutout, right? And it's off of the side of the roadway. It's not in the
Right.
travel lane. So if you're going down, you're going to add another one. That's also not going to be in the travel lane.
Right.
So, I mean, it's not an ideal place to walk up there anyway. Everybody
Right.
walks up there, but,
And taking into account the speed limit as well.
yeah.
It's a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit, recommended 15 area. So slower moving vehicles, hopefully. And that was vetted by Public Works.
Yeah,
So for
okay.
safety.
Okay.
But there are pedestrian lanes in there, right? I mean, look like from the photos we got today,
There's
painted.
There's no pedestrian.
It's not a
lanes.
pedestrian. So from the photos, they were indicating there's a dirt path. What I could understand was the dirt path along the side of the pavement, not necessarily within the paved portion because the travel lane or the paved portion of the street is barely enough to accommodate the travel lanes as required.
I see. Okay.
So the width is less than 10 feet of the cutout?
That sounds about right. Yes, it's a 10-foot cutout.
Is it a 10-foot cutout? It looks like it's less if you look at the hash mark on the line there. I'm just wondering if that's enough to keep the car off the travel lane.
Yeah, so I mean, the average width of a parking space would be, for residential purposes, is 8 feet, 8 inches. And so if they're providing at least that plus enough space to open doors, then
Yeah,
it's adequate.
but in this particular case, there'll be the passenger side, most likely, passenger side will be opening the door into a retaining wall.
Yeah, and it's a downslope, so the retaining wall would be a drop off, fairly fairly low retaining wall from this exhibit, less than 3 feet.
That's
But there
still
would
going
be
to
a
catch a door.
requirement for, yeah, and there would be a requirement for a railing per building code.
I guess what I'm saying is if we want it to truly be off the street, it needs to be more than that.
Sure.
It's gonna stick in, the cars are gonna protrude into the street.
Sure. I guess we could modify to allow additional 2 feet. The applicant is amendable to that.
If there are concerns about the width of the parking space, my recommendation would be you could condition the approval and we could work, I'd want to have the benefit of the Public Works Department, an engineer looking at it to make sure
Yeah.
it works, but we could certainly accomplish that as a condition.
I'm just, from what Sue's saying and her concerns living up there, and especially on a curve, it would be unfortunate to see a portion of the car sticking into the travel lane.
Well, I just want, so the house has to provide the one on-street parking that's up by the new proposed construction, right? So,
Right, it's just extending that area.
and then it's relocating the two, which were public parking spaces previously, I guess, right?
Right, and not any wider or narrower than what's there now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the purpose of those spaces, why those were put in. I don't know the history of it, but I mean, what's the point of having two spaces down on the curve? Does that make any sense?
Only to relocate what's there.
Well, no, I get that, but I mean, who uses those? I know you lived up there. I mean, isn't that just down on the horseshoe? And is there anybody there? It's just there's nobody there.
Well, they got this requirement to put in a parking space like I did when I built my house. You had to put one out there, but it was right in front of my house. But
Well,
there
I
was no
mean,
place to put it right
They
there.
have that one that's going in.
I mean, they could take that tree out. That tree's a drop limbs and it's ridiculous anyway. It should be taken out. And it leans now towards the open space. I mean, it's going to fall over eventually. Might as well just take it out and put it there. It makes more sense to me anyway.
I think those spaces are used. When you drive up into that neighborhood, there's often cars parked in those spaces. So I think that these spaces might be used by different neighbors, but I think parking is at such a premium in that neighborhood. I would imagine they will be used.
You can't park on Bluebird Canyon Drive anywhere. I mean, if you don't want to, there's a curve there, right? So there's the cutout and then you start going down the hill and you go towards that big tree and then it starts going down. So, I mean, if you wanted to have it closer, you just take the tree out. There's no reason to have the tree there anyway. Sorry, but it's dropped limbs. It's dropped a lot of limbs. It's been a source of concern for people up there for years. And I don't know if
Condition it on what Matt said,
what did Matt
and
say?
after we talk to the public. Sorry.
Why don't let's open up public comment. Let's hear from them and then maybe that'll clear up. Or Matt, do you want to say something?
Just briefly, my suggestion was if there's concerns about the width or impact to the travel lane, we could condition that the width would ultimately be reviewed and approved by Community Development and Public Works. And if we need some additional width, we would incorporate that before the permit's issued.
Let's open public comment on this item. So as the applicants, you can just come up to the podium and
Hello, council. Thank you for switching the agenda. I know we kind of stuck it. This is our first council meeting. It was eventful.
Aren't they great?
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, so my name is Adam Dunn, and this is my wife, Lily Jo. I don't know that we have a lot to offer in terms of this conversation. Specifically, we were going to introduce ourselves to any community members that were here. It doesn't seem that any of the neighbors are here, but we are the new owners of this property. Mr. Peters is the architect who worked with the previous owner and did a lot of great job to kind of get the project this far. And we've decided to take on his services to continue what's already been done. And Lily and I currently live in Top of the World, so we're locals. And we're going to build this house as a family house and continue to build it in a manner that characterizes the neighborhood. And our architect, Austin, will be able to provide any more technical information. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members. Again, my name is Austin Peters, the architect. But the point I wanted to make here tonight is that there was a pretty long process of selection of coming down to these spots. So, and all the way back in 2021, when we started this project, we walked the area and identified 5 spots, and they just got weeded out, and this is kind of what was remaining. There's the tree that prohibited just extending it further down the street. There was the issue of locating it adjacent to private properties as opposed to a public property. We didn't want to locate it adjacent to anybody's private property, so that bumped it on the other side of the street. We wanted to keep a consistent pattern to what's there currently. So it really is like, okay, where else do we put them, right? And then this is really what we came up with. Just want to clarify the 10-foot width is a minimum. In some cases, as it's shown on the plan, which is conceptual at this point, it would eventually require engineered plans, but in some cases it's wider than 10 foot. So that's a current minimum, that width. The other thing, the other condition was obviously that Public Works and Fire Department have the opportunity to review and approve it. So there was a pretty lengthy review process there to confirm its viability and safety. And so that was completed too. And so, here we're at with these spaces, and we're open to suggestions for sure. We've looked at a lot of options, and we're just not sure what else to do other than potentially relocate the tree, but we didn't want to propose that. Anyway, thank you.
You have a question, Holly?
I really appreciate your comment, because I think sometimes we look at things and we're like, oh, this is interesting. And we don't always remember how much work has gone into something before it comes to us. So thank you for that reminder.
Any other, so we're going to close public comment on this, bring it back to council. Who wants to start?
I think we should just go ahead and approve it.
I'll second that. I
Thank
agree
you.
with you. Okay.
Me too.
The condition on.
Let Matt deal with it.
These are
correct.
conceptual, to your point, Mr. Peters. These are conceptual drawings. I think that we can trust Public Works and the fire department to design and build effective parking spaces. I don't think that's any of our
And
expertise.
That was your intention?
Correct. And I will just clarify that we understand the council's will. We want these as functional spaces that don't impede traffic. So we will make sure that occurs.
Well,
Okay.
and Kelly's going to she's going to say, you don't have any expertise, and maybe I don't, but, I wonder about putting, what do you call those, T's? So that, so it's clear that if you're over the line, you're over the line, you're going to get a ticket. I don't want people hanging out into that street. I just don't want it.
I think that's a really good point.
My experience up there too has been with those other parking spaces that I don't ever remember really a problem with any of the cars sticking up, but they're pretty deep. Those parking spaces are, I think, fairly deep. So just put something similar to that and it'll be all right.
Is there a motion on the table?
Yeah, and I seconded it. There was any discussion on Hallie's motion with, I guess, Bob's amendment? Did you accept the friendly amendment?
Can you remind me? Oh, with the painted lines. Yes, I move the recommended motion with Bob's amendment.
Okay, I'll as the seconder, I'll accept that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thanks for sticking it out with
Hanging
us.
in, you guys.
Don't you want to run for city council now?
Now we have a real controversy.
You're going to have to limit public comment on this.
I know.
Game time decision.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to recuse myself
Okay.
from this item. So I'm going to leave the room.
Thank you.
Good night.
Yeah. Okay, so who's gonna,
Me and Aggie.
okay, so
Yeah, we have to
Dave, you
wait
wanna
for
kick us
Megan to
off?
leave the room. Good night, Megan. So, Mr. Mayor and council members, this is item 23, last item of the night, and it's the proposed appointment of the city attorney as well as approving an employment agreement for Megan Garibaldi. And this is a requirement under transparency laws that we explain what the contract looks like. And I think I'm going to start and then Aggie's going to finish. So I'm not going to spend much time on this. These are the reasons why they're in the staff report. Next slide, please. Also in the staff report, benefits to the public. I can emphasize these if you'd like, but it's late. Next slide. Financial comparison. This does save money in our estimation, upwards of $400,000 a year. And it shows how that's broken down. Next slide, please. And Aggie's going to go over the employment terms.
Thank you, Dave. Aggie Nesh, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management. I will go over at a very high level a summary of the employment terms for our a city attorney, Megan Garibaldi. The contract terms include a salary of $297,000 per year plus a COLA that goes up to 4%. Benefits that include enrollment in our CalPERS retirement program, leave accruals, and $25,000 in a 457B plan. Stipends that include $500 per month for vehicle, $80 per month for phone, $50 per month for internet, with an anticipated start date of April 28th, 2025, and also a severance package of 6 months if terminated without cause. For the other individuals that would be assigned to this department, their benefits would be aligned with our unrepresented management resolution. As our next steps, we will work on beginning this transition, actually beginning in March and going through the staffing process, recruiting, putting the legal department in place, coordinating a transition with BBK, and having everyone in place by the end of April and really completely going through the transition by May.
Where is Megan and her staff going to sit? Do we have any place?
At a desk in City Hall.
We're working on that.
Yes, yet to be determined. But we
Okay,
are working on it.
okay.
So our recommendations and request of council is first to appoint Megan Garibaldi as the city attorney by adopting the resolution and improving the employment agreement, adopting the resolution updating the unrepresented executive management and management resolution to include the assistant city attorney. The paralegal, I'm sorry, that's a typo, will not be included in that resolution. It's just the assistant city attorneys. And also, number 3, approve an updated salary schedule that includes all of the new positions and job titles. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for Aggie? Okay, let's open public comment on this item. Andrew, you have anything to add? I would love it if one day you provided public comment. That'd be exciting. Okay, no public comments on this item, so I will bring it back to council. Who wants to start?
I'll just say that I think that this is both a wise strategic decision as well as a wise financial decision. So I'm very supportive.
On the financial front, you know, I would appreciate sort of maybe at the end of fiscal year 26, seeing actual cost. You know, our total legal budget as compared to projections here and see how we did.
Mark?
I agree with Bob. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think anytime you can save $400,000 a year and ensure a faster and more effective legal support system, it's a good move. And so I think this strategically is the right way. We live in an increasingly complicated and legalistic world, and all the challenges And so I think this is going to ultimately, do right by the residents, the taxpayers, and the city council as we navigate the complicated but also exciting opportunities ahead over the next few years. I'm looking forward to continuing working with Megan in-house. So I will make the motion. I will move the recommended action. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? 5-0. Thank you, Aggie. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
Andrew.
Megan and Aggie.
Yes, sir. 45 to an hour. Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, I thought we were done. So are there any items somebody wants to bring forward for a future agenda? No. Okay, so then I will adjourn the meeting until our next regularly scheduled meeting in 2 weeks. So thanks, everyone.